any difference, and if so, what is the difference between those three terms?
They are used synonymously.
All right, if you continue then.
I've already defined, is basically draining of the blood in the dependent part of the body after circulation has ceased and causing discolorations in the parts of the body which are not under pressure. And this again is a review of onset and when it's fully perceived from the literature. And you can see that there's a range that it can be perceived anywhere from 30 minutes to 4 hours when it starts to be seen. And the average seems to be about 12 hours when it's maximum in development. One of the things we do in our office is when you have an area of discoloration, we try and give pressure to that area. If the discoloration blanches, it would indicate that it's in a phase between onset and maximum. Because once you don't get blanching, it would indicate that some of the discoloration has become permanent due to either leaching of the blood or breakdown of the red cells, the blood cells, leaving a discoloration. That's one theory. The other theory is that the blood gets thicker in the area of where the dependent pooling has taken place, which results in a more permanent discoloration. So the usefulness of this is if the body position is turned after death by a perpetrator, then you could have a new position in which the discoloration will develop depending what part of the body was the dependent part.
Doctor, could you use me as an example and just basically indicate how livor mortis or hypostasis can be of benefit in assessing this issue of movement of the body between time of death and time the body is found?
Okay. If Mr. Kellberg was on his back, and assume he's no more.
I'm sure there are many who would like that to be the case.
And he has been lying on his back for more than 12 hours. By this definition, you would get discoloration on his back because he's lying on his back. But let's say that Mr. Kellberg didn't die a natural death, but was something else happened to him, and the perpetrator comes back after a day, and Mr. Kellberg has not yet been discovered, but then decides to move his body to a different position. And let's say he's been now placed face down instead of his back. The livor which develops in the back will still remain because it's already become fixed. And you may or may not get new livor developing on the front because, as you know, there could be still some blood left liquid which could pool on the front also. But the livor which has become permanent in the back will be there, which would give a pathologist, if a change of position has taken place, some indication that some body movement or change in body position has taken place several hours after the livor became permanent.
Doctor, as an alternative, what happens if I start out on my back at the time I've been killed, and somebody comes and decides to turn me over onto my stomach during the period between the time of onset and before the time the livor becomes maximum or fixed, as you've described it?
Then you will get it in the new position in which you were placed, and you may or may not have any livor on the previous position you were in because the livor was not permanent.
Now, Doctor, let me ask you first of all, what significance, if any, does it have to you from your review of the literature and your own experience? Let me ask preliminarily, in your own experience, is there variability in the period for the onset of livor mortis?
Yes. In my experience, it starts developing within a few hours, 3 to 4 hours, but it's usually fully developed in 10 to 12 hours. But it's one of the least reliable among all the 3 parameters we have discussed so far in estimating time of death.
what is the significance, if any, from the variability between the literature sources that you've reviewed on the preciseness with which one may estimate a range for time of death based on liver?
The problem is it's not reliable because it can persist till the body starts decomposing, and you have the same problems as you have with Riger, and little more less defined process than Riger, because you can start developing it at 4 hours, and you'll have a difficult time giving an estimated range just purely based on liver mortis, and especially if any change in body position has taken place.
Doctor, what does item 3 on this board refer to?
This refers to a condition which one should be aware of, that if you have blood loss or the person is anemic from natural disease process, they naturally will not develop the same intensity of liver mortis as a normal person would.
Doctor, would you describe the condition of Nicole Brown Simpson as a case involving extensive blood loss?
There was significant blood loss, yes.
Would you describe a case such as Mr. Goldman's as one involving extensive blood loss?
Yes.
In those two cases, what would be the effect of that blood loss on the ability of yourself, for example, had you been there at 12:13 with Officer Risky, to detect onset of liver mortis, even if the body had been in that position for several hours or more?
Oh, well.
You may answer the question.
Well, they did have liver when we saw the body at 10, but at 12:15 it'll be it's a difficult situation. You may or may not have seen any liver at all.
And doctor, if you saw, would it be accurate to say that if you detected no liver, that using that factor alone, that would be the condition showing the least amount of time having passed from the time of death?
That would be partly correct, because if the significant blood loss had played a major role in that liver not developing, that conclusion may not be totally correct.
Well, I want to get to that aspect as a follow-up, but I want to start just in the abstract sense, forgetting the cause of death for these two human beings for just a moment and just assuming that they are dead. Would it be an accurate statement to say that a condition in which there is no liver mortis detected on the body at 12:13 would be the condition which would reflect the passage of the least amount of time since death using that factor alone?
That is correct.
And then, doctor, can you differentiate the absence of liver as being due to simply not enough time having passed in the usual situation from liver which would have developed except for the extensive blood loss sustained by each of these human beings?
You won't be able to tell the difference.
And how, if at all, does that impact on your ability to provide preciseness to the time of death based upon this factor?
Again, it brings up the primary issue I brought up earlier during this discussion. You cannot be precise.
Doctor, in your opinion, hypothetically again, if you had been with Officer Risky at 12:13 and you saw no liver mortis, you saw no rigor mortis, and you detected a body temperature, core body temperature of 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit, would you be able to provide a more precise range for the time of death than what Dr. Henziga's nomogram of plus or minus 2.8 hours indicates?
Overruled.
No.
All right, Madam Court Reporter, 245.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Just checking if the court reporter has enough paper to go to 245.
I have another board, Your Honor, liver mortis, hypostasis.
If I hear another reaction from the audience, there's some people who are going to be leaving the audience. Proceed.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I have another board, liver mortis. I'd ask to be marked as 369B as in boy.
Quickly.
Doctor, again, is the information on this board information from the medical literature which you have reviewed, considered, and relied, at least in part on, in forming an opinion regarding the use of liver for a range of death determination.
Yes.
Is it your opinion that the use of livor mortis or hypostasis in estimating the time of death is of little evidential use?
Yes.
Is it your opinion that as an index of time since death, that liver is even more unreliable than Riger?
Yes.
Doctor, just for the record, Exhibit 298A and B had a determination made by Claudine Ratcliffe as to a degree of liver observed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the recordation by her with respect to each of these two human beings?
She said the liver was fixed,
Which would indicate to you what?
fully developed.
And in terms of your experience, indicating an approximate range of how long before time of death? From time of death, I'm sorry.
Usually develops in 10 to 12 hours.
Anything further on livor mortis?
No.
I have another board titled Vitreous Humor Potassium Level. Would that be marked as Exhibit
370.
370, I believe.
370.
And I believe that's 370A. Required. Yes. 370A.
Was such a test done in this case?
No, there was not.
All right, let's be quick about this.
It will be very quick, Your Honor. Doctor, you've identified, I think earlier, what a vitreous humor potassium level is. Is that correct?
Yes.
Where is that obtained, that sample?
Sustain.
All right. Doctor, does your office on a routine basis take vitreous humor sample?
Oral.
We don't.
Why not?
We take it only on cases where we suspect a metabolic cause of death, like diabetic ketoacidosis or diabetes mellitus. We also obtain vitreous when we want to study electrolytes for dehydration. Then we collect vitreous, but we don't collect it for estimating postmortem interval and estimating a potassium level for that purpose.
Why not?
Because this test is not very useful when you live in an environment of where the environmental temperatures are higher, because it's been shown in the literature that you have a higher potassium level when the environmental temperature is higher after death, and the results you get have a wide range when you calculate using some formulas which are available to calculate the time interval since death using the potassium level. So it's not very reliable.
Doctor, what is the temperature level which is usually considered a level below which the potassium level from the vitreous humor may be of some benefit?
50 degrees Fahrenheit, usually in more temperate climates.
And in fact, was this test developed by a forensic pathologist in Minneapolis, Minnesota, using cases from the winter climate?
Yes.
Does this board accurately reflect factors that affect the reliability of potassium levels in vitreous humor?
Yes.
And Your Honor, just briefly, I have one more board in the vitreous as 370B as in boy.
Yes.
Doctor, inviting your attention to 5A and B, are those two different formulas that are used to calculate post-mortem interval from potassium levels?
Yes.
And if you had a reading of potassium and you used the two formulas, would you end up with a different result?
Yes, you would.
Does that impact on the reliability of this technique for estimating time of death?
Yes, it does. And you can see that there's a wide range which you get. And also, it has an impact on when you take the sample in relationship to when the death occurred. Because if you have a longer postmortem interval, the range of estimate is wider compared to if the time of death was, if the potassium was taken closer to the time of death.
And doctor, just very briefly, if you could explain, if you took a sample of vitreous humor in a case where in fact the person had died within a 24-hour period of the sample being taken, what is the range that one must employ to accurately use this test to determine a period for time of death?
You have a range between plus or minus 6 hours to plus or minus 12 hours. And if it's over 24 hours, I mean, up to 100 hours postmortem, you'll have a range between 9.5 hours plus or minus to plus or minus 40 hours.
Doctor, the last information on that board, is that part of the material you read, considered, and at least to a degree relied upon in forming a policy in your office regarding whether or not vitreous humor potassium samples will be taken?
This material is a new material. This
No.
policy in the office has been there for a long time. We don't do vitreous potassium levels.
I'm sorry, the bottom, the very bottom, the quotation, is that part of the material you reviewed?
Yes,
And is in fact that information consistent with your understanding of this test's reliability?
yes.
And is that a basis for why your office routinely does not take vitreous humor potassium samples?
That is correct. And this edition is a newer edition, and it only reinforces our pre-existing policy of not doing vitreous potassium to estimate time of death.
Anything further on vitreous humor potassium?
No.
Your Honor, I have another board entitled Gastric Stomach Contents. May this be marked as 371A?
371A.
Doctor, item number 1 asks the question or poses the issue of what do you look for at autopsy concerning stomach contents?
We look at what the contents are, the volume, and if there are any medications there, we look for any medications. And basically, that's what's done in our office, and you record the information you have obtained from these observations.
We saw with your earlier testimony, and if I could have just a moment, Your Honor, to pull out 2 of the previous exhibits. This. Searching for the autopsy protocol for Nicole Simpson, what happened, and this is exhibit 349, the blow up of the forms, I believe 15 and 16. Verify that. Yes. And Doctor, you testified as to Dr. Golden's handwritten entry on that Form 16 regarding the stomach contents of Nicole Brown Simpson. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that the kind of thing you would expect the medical examiner to do as part of an autopsy in this case?
Yes.
Now, Doctor, you also, let me just throw up the protocol, which is Board 0B of 349. And flip first to page 10, just to show we're going to be dealing with the gastrointestinal system. And then one more page regarding the protocol description of the stomach contents. Do you recall that, Doctor?
Yes, I do.
Now, Doctor, in your office, you've, I think, testified that the usual practice is for the medical examiner to dictate this autopsy protocol, which is subsequently transcribed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in fact, did you provide Dr. Golden's original dictation tapes for these two autopsy protocols to us?
The copies of the original tapes, yes.
Your Honor, I have a tape. May this be marked as Exhibit 370B?
This is a transcription of the protocol.
It is
I mean,
the
it's
actual dictation. Right.
Then shouldn't it be, if it's, let's append it to the protocol itself.
All right. Then the actual paper, you want it appended to the 8.5 by 11 page exhibit?
Yes,
Which is going to be Exhibit 340.
we'll figure that out.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Shapiro, have you had access to this? You've heard it?
Yes.
All right.
And Mr. Fairlow, I believe, has the mechanism set up. Just before he plays it,
And we are queued to the right spot?
Mr. Lynch assures me of this.
All right.
The pressure's on Mr. Lynch.
And Ms. Fitzpatrick, do we have audio available?
Before it's played, Doctor, I want you to listen and listen with respect to whether or not there is a difference between what Dr. Golden dictates and what the actual protocol, the typed protocol in this paragraph says.
Of the input period. The portal and cable veins and the major branches are anatomic period. Next period, note column, injuries to the common carotid arteries and internal jugular vein have been described above. Period.
Can we stop,
Next
John?
period, gastrointestinal system, colon.
Mr. Fairlow, I think Mr. Fairlow turned the tape over and is playing the wrong side.
So it's coming.
Oh, I'm sorry. We are now going to start with the gastrointestinal. I'm sorry.
All right. Proceed, let's have a little more volume on that, please.
Yes, please.
The coast and wall of the esophagus are intact and regular pink, and no lesions or injuries are ever experienced. Next period, the gastroenterus is intact and pink period, no mucosal lesions are evident, and there are no residual of medication or blood period. Next period, examination of the gastric contents reveals approximately 500 ml of chewed semi-solid food in the stomach period. Recognizable food particles are identified as follows: colon, pieces of pasta appearing to be rigatoni, R-I-G-A-T-O-N-I, comma, fragments of black olive top, fragments of apparent spinach leaf, circle, and the remainder chewed column parsley suggested non-recognizable food material, period. Next paragraph, because of duty.
Doctor, did you recognize the voice of the person dictating that information?
Yes,
Who is that?
Dr. Urban Golden.
And is that dictation a tape that is produced in the ordinary course of Dr. Golden's responsibilities as a deputy medical examiner at the coroner's office?
Yes, it is.
And is that a tape that is made by Dr. Golden at or near the time of the events which he is describing in the dictation?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Yes.
Doctor, did you hear some additional information dictated by Dr. Golden on that exhibit that is not transcribed on page 11, first paragraph?
Yes, he dictated saying that after rigatoni, he said fragments of black olives and spinach. The black olive is missing in this transcribed report.
Your Honor, may I, on this document, between the words rigatoni and fragments of apparent spinach, write fragments of black olive. And I'll put that in quotation marks. And Doctor, in looking at the handwritten Form 16, do you see an entry on the handwritten form With the court's permission, if Dr. Lakshmanan could just step to where the board 16 is. Do you see a handwritten entry which reflects black olives?
Right here, pasta, rigatoni, and black olives.
Thank you, doctor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-afternoon recess at this time. However, Mr. Kelberg, just for the record, we're going to mark the actual cassette tape as 344A1.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please remember all my admonitions to you, and we'll take a 15-minute recess, all right? On the record, in the Simpson matter, all parties are again present without the jury. Counsel, two things. Normally, I ask for a stipulation before we play an audio tape, and I had forgotten to do that, a stipulation that the court reporter need not attempt to take down what is on the tape. Asked for the same stipulation in this matter. Did we lose Mr. Shapiro?
No, yeah,
Oh, there he is.
Oh, right there. Oh, there. We'll stipulate.
Mr. Kelberg? All right, it's also the policy of this court to require transcripts of any audio tapes that are played for the jury, so I'm going to direct the prosecution to file with the court by the close of business Friday a transcript of the portion of the tape that was played to the jury, but that should not be too difficult since it adds black olives and the punctuation.
Your Honor, is there any need to provide a transcript of any part other than that paragraph?
No, just that, the portion that was played to the jury. All right. Mr. Bailey, you're standing for a reason?
No, Your Honor,
Oh.
I'm preparing to split.
All right. Good to see you again. Ms. Clark?
I am sitting here.
All right.
Just minutes ago, we were given the amended motion of the defense, which now adds considerably to the original motion filed.
The one that's set for Friday afternoon?
That's correct, Your Honor. In light of the fact that they have still not given us the completed motion, this is an amended motion. They intend to amend it again with declarations, but not until tomorrow. And the fact that both Mr. Darden and myself will be presenting witnesses after the completion of the coroner's testimony, I'm going to ask the court to put over the hearing on this motion so that we are given time to respond to it and to absorb the additions to it that are being made at the last minute.
Well, let's see what the declarations are before we make that determination, keeping in mind that I also have to read these things and do the research and read the responses.
Correct. I mean, we have to be able to read the declarations and perhaps respond in writing to them with our own declarations. So, I mean, there's...
All right, I'm not going to make a determination about continuing that hearing. I would like to get that on and off as soon as possible. So let's see what's filed. If it's something extensive, then perhaps I'll agree with your position. If it's something that's not extensive and can be dealt with in a rather quick fashion, I think we should do so. All right, but let's see what's filed.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Shapiro, I have looked through the materials in the box from the district attorney's office concerning this incident. I found nothing that correlated with the type of information Mr. Shapiro was seeking. Mr. Grace, obviously from what information he's provided to both Mr. Shapiro and me, has given no indication that such a document exists. Mr. Shapiro, we've given access to the district attorney file with Mr. Grace standing next to him to confirm for himself what is there. I hate to keep Mr. Grace, but I do have a motion if Mr. Shapiro intends to get into this area, because the bottom line is there's nothing there. And not only is there nothing there, but there's also the issue of the admissibility of even the circumstances of the legal outcome, separate and apart from the medical issue of significance.
We respectfully disagree. There's nothing there. I just went through part of the file very, very quickly, and we find a statement here that is inconsistent with the correction of the autopsy report by Dr. Golden.
And this document is a document which is an internal memorandum, resume and appraisal of offense and special circumstances. What Mr. Shapiro is seeking is information that was sent to the coroner's office and to the attention of any individual at the coroner's office. That is not what this is.
Sounds like a special circs memo.
It is an amendment, if you will, summarizing the change in circumstances, Your Honor. And again, my belief is this is a matter that should be handled in other than the public eye. We've given Mr. Shapiro unprecedented access to look through our file without any claims of privilege, so he can verify for himself. But Mr. Grace has personally told us that no such document exists.
Well, I think there's additional information here beyond what Dr. Lakshmanan has testified to regarding the findings of Dr. Golden and the significance. And I will read them into the record if you like. I will offer them at sidebar if you like.
All right, how about we do that at sidebar first to see what it is?
I think that's preferable.
When we get to that.
Yes.
All right, have you had enough time, Mr. Shapiro, to peruse the file in that matter?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
All right, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, we're ready.
All right.
May we get copies of these, Your Honor?
Yes.
Or just have Mr. Grace hold these?
All right, Mrs. Robertson, would you have one of the staff members make copies of that for me?
Your Honor, for the record, Mr. Grace has kindly consented to sticking around
All right.
for the rest of the afternoon in the event we get to this.
All right, and I take it Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Grace is going to remain in case there's any other questions.
Thank you, we appreciate it.
And I
right.
assume, Your Honor, that Mr. Shapiro will not inquire. I will finish very shortly.
Yes, you will.
I know. I understand, Your Honor, but I do understand also that Mr. Shapiro will not ask any questions regarding this matter until there has been a determination by the court.
Right, he'll ask to approach at the time we get to that point in the cross-examination. All right, let's have the jurors, please. And counsel, we're going to 5 o'clock today. Require some time to change over for cross-examination?
No, we're ready.
All right. Doctor, Mr. Kalberg.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, in talking about stomach contents from this board, item 2 discusses factors affecting stomach emptying. Would you take us through how those factors affect stomach emptying?
If it's a liquid, it empties much faster than solids. Liquids empty in the stomach anywhere from 15 minutes to half an hour, but solids can vary anywhere from 2 to 3 hours to 4 to 5 hours, depending on what type of solid food is eaten. Nature of food, if it's a fatty food, it takes more time to empty from the stomach than carbohydrate food, which is pasta.
I'm sorry, doctor, rigatoni, is that, to your understanding, a form of pasta?
Yes.
And in the scheme of the types of foods and how the stomach empties, is that the type of food which takes longer or shorter, relatively speaking, to empty from the stomach?
It's a carbohydrate. It would empty earlier than fatty foods, but usually pastas are mixed, depends on the sauce which is used.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
The sauce would be a factor. Size of food particles. The stomach usually, one of the functions is to reduce the size of the food particles by churning. So if you take larger fragments, they would take a longer time to empty, because to empty from the stomach, the food particles must be made into smaller pieces. Then only it can go into the intestine.
Doctor, let me interrupt if I could for a moment. Can you explain in general terms how the stomach operates, if you will, so that one gets food in and where that food goes once it's in the stomach?
The stomach has several functions. One is the mechanical function, which is the churning of the food, breaking down the food particles into smaller fragments, and then passing it on to the intestine for further digestion. The other is absorption, that is absorbing some part of the food content, and this would apply to certain liquids like alcohol can get absorbed in the stomach. Then it also has digestive functions. It produces two substances, both acid and also an enzyme, pepsin, which plays a part in protein digestion. And then
It plays a part in
protein digestion. And it's also got hormonal function. It produces a hormone called gastrin, gastrin, which helps to produce acid. And so it's got several functions, and one of the functions is reducing the food particle size so it can go into the intestine where further digestion will take place. Another factor which affects stomach emptying is how well you chew the food. So naturally, if you don't chew the food and you gulp the food down and the food particles are larger, there's a variable factor here that those particles will take a longer time to empty from the stomach. If you chew the food well and you have smaller particles in the stomach, which would empty faster. Then you have the volume of ingested food. If you take a big meal, it's going to take a longer time to go from the stomach, rather than if you take a small meal, which will empty faster. And of course, factors built into it would be the size of the food particles and the extent of mastication, and also type of food which is eaten, whether it's pasta, fatty food, or just simpler food material like pasta with tomato sauce instead of fettuccine alfredo, which is more fatty stuff in it.
I'm sorry, pasta Alfredo?
No, fettuccine alfredo. Concentrated alcoholic beverages, that has a factor. If the concentration of the alcohol is more than 30%, that will have an inhibitory, means delaying the stomach emptying.
Doctor, before you go to the next factor, assuming hypothetically that at dinner at the Mezzaluna restaurant on June 12, 1994, and for the record, Your Honor, I anticipate there'll be evidence concerning this introduced, so I understand that there are no facts and evidence at this stage, but they will be offered. That Ms. Nicole Brown Simpson's party had alcohol from bottles of alcohol which contained approximately 12% alcohol by volume and 12.5% alcohol by volume. Doctor, assuming that hypothetical circumstance, is that the kind of alcoholic beverage, in your opinion, which would slow down the digestive process?
No, it would be more the hard liquor type alcohol, which has more than higher concentration of alcohol, which is reflected by this statement here.
And doctor, assuming hypothetically that a person drinks the alcohol on an empty stomach, at least initially, would that alcohol be considered, as you've indicated under subpart A, the kind of liquid that passes from the stomach within 15 to 30 minutes?
That would be what would happen to the alcohol, because it being a liquid without food, it would be one absorbed partially from the stomach, and also it would be rapidly emptied into the intestine within 15 to 30 minutes.
Now the next factor, doctor.
Drugs, there are certain drugs which delay stomach emptying. There are some drugs which hasten stomach emptying. Drugs which would delay stomach emptying would be some of your narcotic drugs, some drugs which you use for blood pressure, etc. Drugs which would hasten stomach emptying. One of the common drugs is Valium. It'll hasten stomach emptying. Then, of course, emotional stress is a factor should be kept in mind. If somebody is preparing for a test the next day, the stomach will take a longer time to empty in when you have fear or emotional stress or excitement.
Doctor, before you, I don't know if you intended to add something. I didn't mean to cut you
Well,
off.
I just tried to explain what the stress. I just gave an example.
Doctor, is this stress that is a factor that slows down stomach emptying, stress that must exist at the time of eating and thereafter?
Yes.
Let me ask you hypothetically, Nicole Brown Simpson eats dinner at the Mezzaluna restaurant on June 12, 1994, and leaves the restaurant between 8:30 and 9 o'clock. And during the course of her eating at the restaurant, she has no sense that her death will ensue sometime later that evening, and that it was a casual affair with no observed unusual emotional stress. Would that be a situation which would impact this factor H with respect to the stomach emptying time?
That's not.
Oral.
You may answer the question, Doctor.
Of the statements you gave in your question, that would not be considered like what is stated here. This is stress and fear from, as I gave an example, like preparing for an exam or preparing for testifying in court,
Doctor, an alternative hypothesis, assuming that Nicole Brown Simpson, Ronald Goldman were both, without warning, very suddenly and very violently attacked and killed in circumstances which resulted in their bodies being found as they were, and with the stomach contents being as observed and indicated in Dr. Golden's reports. Is that the kind of stress, you would describe that as stress, I assume, emotional stress being sustained by the victims during whatever short period of time my hypothetical assumes?
Yes.
Is that the kind of stress that plays any impact on the stomach emptying process?
No, that stress is a rapid type of stress where there's an acute event of trauma and death. So that would not play a role. This is more a prolonged process which is pre-existing at the time of eating and following the eating, which plays a role in the delaying of the stomach contents. By the same token, if we had somebody who has had an injury and had a head injury, and they were lying from the effects of the head injury in the hospital, then that can cause delay in stomach emptying because of the that being a more subacute and a chronic event, which can play a role.
How about the other factors, Doctor?
Age, people who are older, the stomach empties slower. Body build, again, is a factor which is kept in mind. Exercise, moderate exercise, after moderate exercise, it accelerates, hastens stomach emptying. But if you have exhaustion, you can have delay in stomach emptying. Natural diseases, people who have diabetes and certain other medical conditions can have delay in stomach emptying because of the effects of the disease process on the nervous control of stomach emptying. Extreme environmental temperatures, extreme cold or heat can have an effect on stomach emptying. Usually they can cause delay. So there are a lot of variabilities to stomach emptying from the variable factors I've just discussed.
Doctor, in the process of digestion, in looking at item 3, it indicates something of a chemical process of digestion. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there more than one process that takes place in this overall concept of digestion of food?
Yes, I already described a few of them. Mechanical, where the stomach breaks down the food particles to smaller particles. I discussed absorption, that is, the stomach absorbs some of the contents. Then I also discussed enzymatic changes which digest the food, which is the chemical part, which is the hydrochloric acid, which is secreted, plus also the pepsin, which comes, which plays a part in little bit of digestion in the stomach. So that kind of chemical process of softening of the food can take place even after death, but the mechanical processes won't take place after death.
Doctor, how can the chemical process take place after a person is dead?
Because you still have the chemicals which are already in the lumen of the stomach, and the food is still there. So whatever is chemically possible can take place.
Doctor, if there is, and incidentally, let me ask you, is this opinion of yours, as expressed in item 3, one which is consistent with literature that you have reviewed on this subject?
Yes.
Now, doctor, what would be the effect if one wanted to estimate the time of death based upon stomach contents, if in fact after a person dies, chemical processes of digestion continue?
What will happen is you'll have a more, let's say the particles already be broken down to a certain extent before death, because mechanical functions don't continue after death. You will have a gross, that is the external appearance of the food, as though it's a more digested state than what it was at the time of death, if the chemical process had continued.
And what is the impact of that, if any, on the time period one would conclude is the time period between the meal having been eaten and the time of death, if there is in fact this post-mortem continued chemical process?
If that process did take place, then it would be an overestimation rather than underestimation, because you would think the food is digested more really when some of the chemical digestion has taken place after death than when it happened before death. So you'll overestimate the time interval than rather underestimate.
Anything further about item 3?
No.
This board, and I have another one, Your Honor, as 371B.
So marked.
Titled Gastric Stomach Contents Continued, and it starts with a box, variability in reported stomach emptying times. May I have just a moment with Mr. Fairwell? Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, as part of your review of literature for your testimony, have you in fact reviewed some of the same materials that you've already described to ascertain if there is variability reported in the literature on how long it takes the stomach to empty its contents?
Yes, there has been a lot of variability in the emptying of the stomach contents, and some of the references we already discussed. And also I reviewed some articles wherein there have been studies in living people using radio-labeled food material and the variability in the emptying process of the stomach. They've also done ultrasonographic studies on emptying of the stomach. And there seems to be not only variation between different persons for the same food, but also there seems to be difference in the same person on different times the food is taken. So you have individual differences and also inter-individual differences in the stomach emptying time.
Doctor, from the literature you've reviewed, in talking about this intra, would it be accurate to describe part of the study as the same person is provided the same meal at 2 different times, and through whatever technique, like ultrasound or radioactive devices, the time for the stomach to empty is measured, and you get 2 different times for the same individual with the same meal? Is
Yes.
that accurate?
Yes.
Now, doctor, in general terms, some of the literature that you reviewed besides the text literature, is one of those an article by Luigi Bolondi, Bolondi, and others, entitled Measurement of Gastric Emptying Time by Real-Time Ultrasonography.
Yes, that's one of the articles I reviewed, and they studied about several people, some normal and some with dyspepsia, and they gave them a pasta meal, and they studied whether how quickly they would empty. They found that the normal people, the average emptying time was nearly, I'm going to give the hours instead of the minutes there, 4 hours plus or minus half an hour. But those who had the pre-existing condition of disease process, the emptying time was 6 hours plus or minus 1 hour. And that is that study.
Doctor, before you go further, if you were going to go away from the Bolondi study, it was a study which used as the test meal pasta?
Yes.
Such as what has been identified by Dr. Golden in the stomach contents of Nicole Brown Simpson, pieces of pasta?
Yes.
And just so we can have some information here, the Bolondi study, was that a 1985 study, doctor?
Yes. It was in the, I think, the Journal of Gastroenterology.
So keep your voice up.
Journal of Gastroenterology, I think.
And the emptying time was 4 hours plus or minus?
Yes. Half an hour average. And this was for the normal people they studied.
The healthy people?
Yes.
And for the record, Your Honor, on that board, I've written Bolondi-pasta-4 hours plus or minus 30 minutes.
Yes, thank you.
Now, doctor, have you, in the other materials you've reviewed, found that there are different times given as generalizations for the emptying time of the stomach contents?
Yes.
What are the ranges, if you can provide us?
Adelson's book describes that if it's a light meal, it empties in 2 to 3 hours. If it's a medium meal, in 3 to 4 hours, and a heavy meal in 5 to 6 hours. And then the average emptying time given in some books is 3 to 4 hours.
If you, just a moment, if I may have, I wanted to get Adelson's book. And may I approach again? Doctor, I want to invite your attention to page 182 of Adelson's textbook. Is that what you reviewed?
Yes.
And does that refresh your memory as to the specifics of the Adelson text on stomach emptying time?
Yes.
What does it indicate?
The light meal empties between 1.5 to 2 hours, medium-sized meal between 3 to 4 hours, and the heavy meal is about 4 to 6 hours.
Let me write in Adelson, 1 1/2 to 2 hours, abbreviated, light meal. 3 to 4 hours, doctor?
Yes.
Medium meal?
Yes.
I'll abbreviate medium, and otherwise 3-4 medium meal. And heavy meal, 5 to 6?
4 to 6, yeah.
4 to 6. And I'll do the same, except now we'll read with a heavy meal. And doctor, does Adelson's text provide any definition for what is a heavy meal or a medium meal or a light meal?
No.
Doctor, did you also review Spitz and Fisher?
Yes.
And what, if any, information from there were you provided on stomach emptying time?
It says about 3 to 4 hours, and if you see identifiable fragments, it indicates that the meal was taken within 2 hours of.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
Doctor, let me invite your attention to page 30 of the Spitz and Fisher book, 3rd edition. Ask if you would read to yourself the last paragraph on the left column of page 30, continuing over, and see if that refreshes your memory as to the specifics of Spitz and Fisher.
It describes the same light meal, medium meal, and heavy meal, but the reference is also for the same Adelson's.
In other words, Spitz and Fisher's text cites
Yes.
Adelson and cites
Yes.
that 1.5 to 2 hours and so forth.
Yes.
As the variable time for time of death, I'm sorry, for stomach emptying.
Yes.
Excuse me. So let me write, under Adelson, I'll write Spitz and Fisher with an and sign. Now, doctor, did you also review Dr. Knight's forensic pathology text with respect to stomach emptying time?
Yes.
And as part of the material, and be very brief, Your Honor, as part of the material you read, considered, and relied in part upon, is this part of that? It was assumed that the physiological process of digestion of an average meal lasted some 2 hours. This is based on the consumption of a test meal of gruel, however, hardly a representative example of a modern mixed diet. Moreover, the subjects of experimental work were healthy and presumably free from sudden stress during the experiments. More elaborate descriptions of digestive times of various foods have been drawn up, but they are of dubious value. As an example of the great variations offered, MODI, M-O-D-I, gives 4 to 6 hours for a meat and vegetable meal and 6 to 7 hours for a farinaceous, is that a cereal, doctor-like material?
Yes.
Meal. Adelson stated that the stomach begins to empty within 10 minutes of swallowing, that a light meal leaves the stomach by 2 hours, a medium meal takes from 3 to 4 hours, and a large heavy meal takes 4 to 6 hours. Is that part of what you read, considered, and in part relied upon?
Yes.
And one last entry. Even if one accepts an, quote, average, unquote, gastric transit time, is that a fancy way of saying emptying of the stomach?
Could you repeat the sentence?
Yeah. Even if one accepts an average gastric transit time.
That is the amount of time which food would take to pass through the stomach.
Even if one accepts an average gastric transit time of an, quote, average, unquote, meal as being of the order of 2 to 3 hours, the assumption that death took place within this time before death can only be valid if the death was quite sudden and unexpected with no stressful prodromal event. A prodromal meaning anticipation event that is coming in advance of the ultimate demise.
Yes.
And continuing, what is valid is the nature of the last meal, which may be helpful in establishing the time of death. If it was known to the investigators that the deceased person ate a certain type of meal at a certain time, whether it be chicken curry or green beans, the identification of such food in the stomach would be persuasive evidence that he died after taking that food and that it was his final meal before any other substantial food was taken. Again, part of what you read, considered, and in part relied upon?
Yes.
Now, doctor, let me, for the record, Knight, I'll write in, and he says 2 to 3 hours, assuming an average, and I put that in quotes, meal. Is that correct?
Yes.
In this case, given Dr. Golden's description of the stomach contents of Nicole Brown Simpson's stomach, pasta and so forth, would the very finding of those identifiable fragments have any significance to you on estimating a time of death based strictly on that finding?
It would help you to give a time frame which would be favored, but as I told you, we do not really know how much Ms. Simpson ingested in the restaurant, because what we see is what we have remaining in the stomach at the time of death. Of course, the items being seen at the time of death is the identifiable rigatoni, black olives, and spinach. So keeping that factor in mind, and also we do not know how well the food was masticated, whether it was fully masticated when she ate it or only partially masticated.
Is that, I'm sorry, a fancy way of saying chewed?
Yes.
How well chewed it was?
Yes. So that factor we don't know, but we know that she didn't chew very well because we have still identifiable fragments. Keeping those variabilities in mind, it would indicate that death took place possibly within 2 hours of ingestion of the last meal, if we know when the completion time of the meal was known. But again, this is not with absolute certainty you can say that is the time she died. You would favor that given this literature review, but I won't be able to say this is the time she died.
And doctor, if you look at the bottom of this particular board, there is a quotation from Dr. Spitz's book, that's the book in front of you. Is that also part of the material you read, considered, and in part relied upon in forming these opinions?
Yes.
Is that consistent with your own experience that if you are able to identify by naked eye inspection the contents of the stomach, that it indicates, or at least favors, that the person died within 2 hours of last eating?
Yes.
Now, doctor, assuming hypothetically that Nicole Brown Simpson did visit the Mezzaluna restaurant on the 12th of June, 1994, arriving at about 10 to 7, and that she did leave between approximately 8:30 and 9 o'clock, and in fact, according to one witness's testimony, about 8:45-ish. But within that period of time, a bill was opened by the server, and 1 hour and 14 minutes later, the bill was closed, indicating that no further food or beverage was ordered by any of the members of the party. And assume further that Ms. Brown Simpson completed her meal, including a rigatoni dish, before actually leaving the restaurant. That is, some period of time passed from the time that she last ate her pasta until the time she set foot out the door. How, if at all, is that set of hypothetical circumstances useful to you in taking Dr. Golden's findings from the stomach contents and offering, if you can, an opinion regarding range for time of death?
Objection. Improper hypothetical is at least 3 facts.
Oh, you may answer the question, doctor.
As I told you, there are so many variable factors. We have discussed them even in the stomach contents. Based on the fact that the food is identifiable and present, given the literature data, it would suggest that she probably, if the meal was completed by 8 or 8:15, you said?
I said hypothetically that the bill was opened between the time of her arrival, 10 to 7, and closed sometime before she left, between 8:30 and 9, but that the time period between the opening of the bill and the closing of the bill was reported to be 1 hour and 14 minutes.
So with that information, it would be fair to assume that probably the meal was completed around 8 o'clock or 8:30 max, because the bill was completed by then. Then using these rough parameters which we discussed and the variable factors, it would suggest and that she probably died between 10 and 10:30, but there's so much variability to this, it would be only a suggested time. I won't say that's the time she died, but it would favor that.
And that, doctor, is if you wanted to use the stomach contents at all as a means of estimating the range for time of death. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you wish to use the stomach contents at all as a means of estimating the range for time of death?
It's a factor which can be used, but as I told you, there's so many variabilities, and especially we don't know how much she ate, how well she masticated it, and how much is already passed on to the intestine. Keeping that in mind, I can only say it favors that she died within 2 hours based on this factor, but it's just an estimate, which is not really pinpointing to a time of death.
Doctor, in your review of the Henziga 1995 book describing in detail the techniques available to estimate a range for time of death, is there any reference to the use of the stomach contents of a human being to form that estimated range?
No.
I have just a moment with these. Doctor, if Dr. Golden had saved the stomach contents of Nicole Brown Simpson, in your opinion, would you be any better able to differentiate a time of death of 10:15 from a time of death of 11 o'clock than you are with the information that you have and your education, experience, and training as a forensic pathologist?
By saving it, I would not have had any more information than already I have. As I told you, there's no medical value to save it, other than, as you pointed out, that I asked Goldman's stomach contents to be saved for this issue.
Now, doctor, I want to just briefly conclude by discussing with you Mr. Goldman's stomach contents. Do you recall the testimony that you gave concerning Dr. Golden's report of his stomach contents?
Yes.
Doctor, is there anything about his stomach contents that is of use to you in identifying a range of death time estimate?
Again, his stomach contents was only, if I recall, 200 cc, and you could barely identify some spinach fragments. You have the same variable factors you're dealing with, and I will not be able to use that to estimate any range at all.
And doctor, is there any way, in your opinion, medically, that one can use Mr. Goldman's stomach contents and the stomach contents as described by Dr. Golden of Nicole Brown Simpson to correlate the time of death range for the two individuals?
You cannot use that factor for doing such a estimation.
And doctor, the paragraph that we went through with Dr. Golden's dictated tape indicates a contents approximately 500 ml. And I think you testified earlier, 500 ml is the equivalent of 500 cc's.
Yes,
And approximately 3 6-ounce ladles worth.
yes.
In terms of how the literature describes the time it takes to have a meal pass through the stomach, is 500 cc's, in your opinion, a light meal, a medium meal, a heavy meal, an average meal? What is it?
You have to be careful when you make those kind of judgments because you have several other factors. You do not know how much liquid was ingested with the food when Ms. Nicole Simpson took the food. You don't know whether she took water with it or not, so that's a factor. You also have juices which are secreted by the stomach. As you know, the stomach normally secretes gastric juice, which mixes with the food. So that factor is there. You also have sometimes some regurgitation of material from the intestine, also from the duodenum, also into the stomach in some situations. So that 500 cc may include the secretions, the food material which is remaining, any ingested liquid. So you have all these factors. So I really can't say whether it's a big meal, a medium meal, or a light, but definitely it's not a light meal because there is a lot of food material left there, so it would favor being a medium meal. But I wanted to bring up all these other factors of the liquid which is ingested, the gastric juice which is secreted, before you make an opinion on this.
Doctor, we started this area of your testimony asking you if you had formed opinions regarding range for the estimated time of death of these two human beings, and you gave testimony. Having reviewed through the subsequent testimony all of these various factors that we have done, are you any better able to narrow the range from your 9 to 1230 or 1245 range that you gave when we started this testimony?
If you use all the parameters, you can't narrow it down further, but I did mention that if you do use that factor of identifiable food fragments with the variable other factors, it would suggest that death took place probably within 2 hours for Nicole. But again, it's very difficult to be specific because of all the variabilities in all the factors we are evaluating.
And doctor, if you wanted to give information and subsequent testimony in an effort to see Mr. Simpson convicted on the topic of time of death, could you have used the stomach contents to suggest, if you wished, that the range was closer to 10:15 than 11 o'clock?
Sustain. Sustain.
Doctor, did you ever indicate in any report, or was any report generated by Dr. Golden which suggested that the time of death range should be narrowed so that 10:15 was consistent and 11 o'clock was not?
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
All right. Doctor, did Dr. Golden ever provide any report which indicated from his review of the materials that the time of death was consistent with 10:15 and not consistent with 11 o'clock?
He did not.
Have you provided any kind of report that would indicate the time of death range would include 10:15 and exclude 11 o'clock?
No.
And as you sit here today, doctor, have you in your own mind the ability, using all of your knowledge, experience, training, and literature, do you have the ability, even if you had been at Bundy at 12:13 in the morning, to have narrowed the range for time of death to exclude 10:15 and to include 11 o'clock or vice versa.
Overruled.
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Shapiro?
We're not going to do these charges.
Certainly. Do you have enough water there, Doctor? All right. Mrs. Robertson? Doctor? Thank you.
I'm not going to use it.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Shapiro?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Dr. Lakshmanan.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Lakshmanan, you've been on the witness stand for approximately 8 days.
Yes, sir.
And as I understand your testimony, you can tell us with a reasonable degree of medical certainty that both Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman were victims of a homicide.
Yes.
And you can also tell us within a reasonable degree of medical certainty that both of these victims died as a result of stab wounds.
Yes. Sharp force injuries.
And you can also tell us within a reasonable degree of medical certainty that both of these individuals bled to death.
Yes.
You can not tell us within a reasonable degree of medical certainty what time they died.
That is correct.
In fact, all of your expertise lends you to the opinion that a layperson could give, that they were last seen alive at 9, that they were found dead at 12:15, and that is the range of death. Isn't that correct?
Well, that's what I opined also between 9 and 12:30.
And with all of your training, experience, education, reading all these books, you cannot tell us with a reasonable degree of medical certainty how many people were responsible for the deaths of these two people.
I said that one person could have done it with one single-edged knife in my testimony.
Can you tell us with a reasonable degree of medical certainty how many people are responsible for these homicides?
No.
Can you tell us within a reasonable degree of medical certainty how many different weapons were used to accomplish these homicides?
I've already opined saying that a single-edged knife could have caused all the wounds, but with reasonable medical certainty, I cannot exclude a second knife.
Can you exclude other types of sharp instruments within reasonable medical certainty?
Could you expand on what you mean by other types of sharp instruments before?
In your range of this vast experience, are there any other types of sharp instruments that you can tell us within a reasonable degree of medical certainty could or could not have caused these injuries?
I would like it to be specific what type of sharp instruments, because you have knives, you have machetes. I want to know what type of sharp instruments you're talking about.
I don't have experience like you do with these sharp instruments. Are there any sharp instruments that you're aware of that you can tell us within a reasonable degree of medical certainty could have caused these injuries?
The main sharp instruments which I think could have caused these injuries could have caused all the injuries was a single-edged knife. I already opined that.
Can you tell us within a reasonable degree of medical certainty that a double-edged knife could not have caused most of these injuries?
I said that some of the injuries could have been caused by a double-edged knife, but a double-edged knife could not have caused all the injuries.
Could 2 single-edged knives have caused all the injuries?
That is a possibility.
Could 3 single-edged knives have caused all the injuries?
That's a possibility.
Could 3 single-edged knives and a double-edged knife have caused all the injuries?
That's always a possibility.
Could 3 single-edged knives and 2 double-edged knives have caused all the injuries?
That is always a possibility.
Could 3 single-edged knives, 2 double-edged knives, and a broken piece of glass have caused all the injuries?
I don't see, there was no evidence of any glass pieces on the bodies which I could see, or and also the wounds look more like a more sharper instrument like a knife.
Are you saying that a sharp, broken piece of glass could not have caused any of these injuries?
It's a possibility in some of the wounds.
Could a razor blade have caused some of these injuries?
On the incised wounds is a possibility.
So after 8 days, there's only about 4 facts that you can tell us within a reasonable degree of medical certainty that can help this jury in reaching an opinion.
Objection, Your Honor, argument.
Sustained. Raise a question.
Isn't it true, doctor, that after 8 days on the witness stand, there are only 4 facts that you can testify to within a reasonable degree of medical certainty based on your education, background, experience, as to how these 2 people died?
That's argumentative. It assumes facts and not evidence.
Or
I have already discussed the findings. I have discussed my opinion that there were significant stab wounds to both the victims. I have opined that the significant wounds on the body were caused by a single-edged knife. I think that's an important opinion which I have given. I have said that some of the other incised wounds could have been caused by a single-edged or a double-edged knife, which you cannot exclude with medical certainty. So I think I've been very clear that at least in most of the significant stab wounds, there's clear evidence that it was a single-edged knife. But your questions were more general, wherein you indicated some of the wounds or most of the wounds. When you have an incised wound, it's difficult to tell which type of weapon it is. But in stab wounds, the wounds we see on some of the significant stab wounds on Ms. Simpson and also on Mr. Ron Goldman, it was definitely a single-edged knife. And with reference to some of the incised wounds also, it would favor a single-edged knife rather than a double-edged knife, even though I cannot totally exclude it, especially the neck wound on Ms. Simpson. It would favor a single-edged knife because of the bridge of tissue on the left side, which I discussed a few days ago. So I think I've given some direction. I won't say my 8-day testimony has been totally wasted. I think I've clearly established the cause of death in these 2 dissidents. I've also said, given evidence which supports my opinion on the single-edged knife theory. And it seems, though medically I can't exclude a second double-edged blade, I think it seems illogical that you have all the significant wounds caused by a single-edged blade, and you bring up the theory of a double-edged blade causing some of the not so significant wounds. So I don't think my 8 days of testimony has been wasted, but if that's your perception, I can't change it.
You came to us because you have expertise above and beyond an average person in a specific field of medicine and science. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
My question to you was a simple one. Can you tell us, with that expertise, within a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that one single-edged knife caused both injuries to both victims?
Your Honor, excuse me, that misstates the testimony.
Sustained. Rephrase the question. She said both injuries to both victims.
That one single-edged knife caused all of the injuries to both of the victims.
That was my opinion. I said it could have caused.
No, my question, and I want you to listen to this question very carefully. Can you tell us, as a doctor, as a scientist, and as the chief medical examiner of one of the largest counties in the United States, that within a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you will put your reputation on the line that one single-edged weapon was responsible for all the injuries to both victims in this case?
I can't say that.
Is Dr. Golden sick?
No, he's still working in the coroner's office.
Is he on vacation?
No, he's not on vacation. As told you, he's working every day in the coroner's office.
When did you find out he was not going to be called as a witness and you were?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
And not found as well.
Sustained.
When did you find out he was not going to be called as a witness?
Sir, at the same time when Mr. Kelberg announced that he's not going to call him as a witness because an appointment was scheduled for him that morning at 8:30, and I thought they were meeting him because that's the morning I was giving a lecture in Ventura. So that's the same time when I knew that he was not testifying.
So you would expect, as the person who is in charge of this medical office, that a doctor who performed the autopsy, who was not sick, not on vacation, not doing other things that would prevent him from coming to court, would in fact be a witness, would you not?
Argumentative and irrelevant.
It's argumentative.
Is that your practice, that the doctor who does the autopsy, if available, testifies?
Excuse me, Your Honor, I object. It's not within the province of the coroner's office to determine who testifies and who does not.
Oh, well.
Could you repeat the question again?
Is it the practice of the coroner's office that you supervise that the doctor who performs the autopsy, when otherwise available, testifies?
That is correct.
And what is the reason that you have been told that Dr. Golden is not going to be called to testify?
Well, the same reason which was outlined here. They felt that I have presented the evidence in a manner which the jury can understand, and they didn't want to repeat the testimony again. This is my understanding from what was told in court, right in front of all of us, because I was not aware that he's not going to testify till Monday morning when it was announced in court. And that's the truth.
In how many cases has Dr. Golden testified in criminal court?
Many times.
How many? 10?
No, hundreds of times.
And as a result of that testimony, have people been convicted to your knowledge?
Objection, Your Honor, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Has he testified in cases where people have ended up being convicted of murder?
Your Honor, I'd ask to approach the sidebar.
So I'm going to sustain the objection.
Thank you. You referred to this as a bread and butter type of case.
Yes, this is one of the types of cases we do routinely in our office.
So this is the type of case that doesn't require any type of special expertise from a medical examiner. Is that what you meant to mean by bread and butter?
What I meant by bread and butter was this is a kind of case a board-certified forensic pathologist in our office can handle easily because of their experience and expertise they have, because of the number of cases we do. And this type of case is no different from any one of our routine cases. And I already told this court that we do about 2,000 murders a year.
So any one of the, I think, about 17 or 18 doctors you employ could do this case?
That is correct, but we have some doctors in training, so they will be supervised when they do this case.
And of those doctors who are qualified to do this type of case, this is something that you would say is routine and takes place almost on a weekly basis?
I mean, daily we get cases of stab wounds and sharp force injury.
And how much time do you allow for your doctors to prepare for testimony in a bread and butter case?
Well, it depends if the doctor is testifying on his or her case, depends on the complexity of the case. Sometimes they have pre-trial meetings with the doctor, and then they testify. So it'll be a couple of hours, depending on the complexity of the case. I can't just give an arbitrary time because it would go on a case-by-case basis.
Well, you're responsible for the budget and you're responsible for managing your office, are you not?
I'm not responsible for the budget. The budget is in the hands of the director with the split which happened in 1990. I'm only responsible for professional responsibility of the office and coroner functions.
Are you responsible for the management of the coroner's office?
No, I'm responsible for the management of the medical division, not for the whole coroner's office, because they split the function so that the doctor doesn't have to be worried about the non-professional aspect of the office.
regarding the professional aspect, which is testimony, does that come under your jurisdiction?
Yes, it does.
And you like to use the term range in direct examination. Can you give us a range for what you would expect a board-certified forensic pathologist to spend in preparation for a bread-and-butter case similar to this?
Similar to this, couple of hours of review of the case, then discussion with the DA. There are several important areas we need to address whenever we prepare a case, and those areas will be addressed in preparation, and any other ancillary material which needs to be studied would need to be studied. For example, if you need to review the hospital charts, if the person was hospitalized. So I would say anywhere from few hours to up to 8 hours, you can say, depending on what type of case. Some case may not take that much time. If it's a single gunshot wound case, it may take only 1 or 2 hours to prepare and come to court. But a complex case of this manner, maybe a few hours.
And in this case, you testified you spent 200 hours in preparation?
Yes, and the preparation was involved with a lot of other factors, because the time I gave also included all the other coordination I had to do with the case with reference to defense requests, prosecution requests, because everything was channeled through me, so that one person was directing all the coordination of the requests on this particular case. But I did prepare for a long time because I had to independently review the photographs, prepare charts, and have an independent opinion on the case. Yes, I did prepare for 100 plus hours if you include all my reading time and other factors on this case.
Well, you testified 200 hours, did you not, on direct?
That's correct, but I included other hours too, because I've given a printout, I think, to the DA's office, and you also have it, of the time spent, because the auditor controller maintains the time spent on this particular 2 cases for the county.
So you have a log of every meeting, when it took place and how
Yes.
long?
Yes. From the beginning, and of course, I can't count the time I spent reading.
And you testified that this was done on your own time at no cost to the county?
I said some of the preparation was on own time, but some of them was on county time too.
How much was on the county time?
If I have to look at the log, the days I come early, in my situation being a department head, all my time is always county time, because I'm on call for the county anytime they need me. But if you look at working hours, which is 8 to 5:30, the days when we meet to discuss the case would be on county time.
Well, I got the impression on direct examination that you were doing this on a kind of pro bono way, that you were not being compensated for this, and you were just doing it because you felt it was the right thing to do.
No,
Is that incorrect?
That is incorrect, because I think you misunderstood probably, and maybe we did not state the answer so that everybody could understand clearly. This case took a lot of time. Some of it was on county time when I was in county work, but I had to come earlier some days to meet the DA or to prepare exhibits. And what I meant by my own time is the time I spent taking the case papers home to review it, study it, review the literature, as we discussed all the various literature we reviewed. So some of the time is county time. So it's pro bono, means the time which was not regular working county time. But as I mentioned earlier, I'm on call for the county 24 hours a day. So if you want to count my own time as also county time, that would be counted as that.
You didn't work on this case 24 hours a day, did you?
No.
When did you start coming in contact with the district attorney in this case?
Actually, ever since the cases had transpired, I've been talking to the DA and your office on some occasions at different time intervals, and everything is in the log. I can retrieve the log and we can go over it if you want to do that. I have some timings there of all the timings I spent, which I've recorded.
Do you remember when you became directly involved with the district attorney in this case?
Just for
The
the record, Your Honor,
I assume Mr. Shapiro is referring to me.
No, with anybody from the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office.
Soon after the autopsies, ever since the log, I can clearly look at the log, and I need that to refresh my memory to give you date by date what type of conversations took place with each agency, because I had to deal with LAPD, I had to deal with your office. So I have to look at the log before I answer that question. If you want me to retrieve it, I'll be happy to retrieve it from one of my boxes, and we can go over it.
Now, I don't want to spend 8 days going over your log records. So can you give us your best estimate of when you became involved with some member of the District Attorney's Office?
Soon after the autopsies.
Who was that you first became
Sometime
involved
in,
with?
I think the autopsies took place in June, and there was questions on the grand jury. I had to get involved with the district attorney for the release of the photographs, actually, and then I have had conversations with Ms. Clark, and then in July I had a letter bomb scare in my office. At that time I was in contact with the DA's office. So I've recorded very clearly, chronologically, all my contacts with the DA's office and any other agency I've had on the case.
When did you ever become actively involved in the autopsy of this case?
No, I never was actively involved in the autopsy of this case.
Did you spend more attention on this case because there were reports in the media that were very critical of your office?
Objection, Your Honor, that's news facts.
Sustained. Raise the question.
I thought he brought it up and played a tape.
You can focus on what's in evidence.
Were you aware of any criticism of your office during the time that this case was pending in the court system?
I mean, there was some criticism of the office from after the preliminary testimony, and also even especially after the preliminary testimony.
And did that affect you in any way?
I mean, when you have criticism on office, it does affect the head doctor there, because it's our office. We are being criticized. We work hard. We try to do our best. And when people criticize us, it affects me also, because it's our office. We work as a team, as I told you that.
No, you wanted to correct mistakes immediately, did you not?
Not correct mistakes in the sense, could you explain your question a little better, what you mean by correct mistakes?
You've testified to how many mistakes would you estimate were made in this case?
I didn't exactly.
By people who are under your direction and under your supervision?
There were several mistakes.
That's compound, direction and supervision.
Sustained.
Under your direction.
There were several mistakes. For example, we can start, the first mistake I noticed was when the brain contusion was observed by me.
No, I'm asking you for a number. I don't mean to be rude, but I
I've
don't
not
want to.
counted all of them.
Can you give us an estimate of how many mistakes you believe were made in this case?
A dozen plus, at least if you add all of them. More than that, if you count even the typographical mistakes and mistakes like box being not marked off, and if you count all of them, there are several mistakes.
When you first became aware of a significant mistake, did it concern you?
Objection, Your Honor, that assumes the fact not in evidence.
Overruled.
When the brain contusion was not described, I was concerned, and that's how I met Dr. Golden, who had already testified to at the grand jury, and he pointed out some additional omissions, which we discussed, and that's how the addendum was prepared, to correct the mistakes, what we were aware of.
Did you do an intensive review at that time to look for any other mistakes that could be important?
I did a review, but not an intensive review. I was mainly looking at whatever I could see at that time. I did more of an intensive review in preparing for testifying and preparing of the chart. So I would say intense means what I did in the last few months. But initially I did review the case, and we did make the addendum. He did discuss the addendum with me, and as I already discussed in the testimony, there were some changes to the opinions, but my role in the addendum was also in the format of the addendum.
As the chief medical examiner, don't you have a responsibility to the victims and to the victims' relatives and loved ones to make sure that a proper autopsy is done?
Yes,
And when mistakes are made, don't you have a responsibility to do an intensive review immediately to correct those mistakes?
we did do that.
Don't you also have an obligation to somebody who is accused to make sure that as good a job as is medically possible be done?
Yes,
And don't you have an obligation to correct mistakes immediately and look for errors?
we do that. As soon as I ever find out about a mistake, and it is a mistake, I'm the first person to accept it. And I've always directed my doctors to correct it. And if there's a change in cause of death, we call the family and tell them that. At least all the cases I'm aware of, whenever there's a mistake, as I've told this court and this jury, we have nothing to hide. And if you do a mistake, I'm the first to accept it.
Have you filed a report in this case?
Well, the report, in sense, what kind of report do you mean?
Have you filed any reports in this case?
I have not filed any reports except for the knife report I made, which I examined 4 knives presented to me by LAPD. And the other report which has been put in evidence is this chart, which I played a role in developing.
Have you filed any supplemental report to correct all the errors that you have found in this autopsy?
No.
Do you intend to do that?
We could do that because I thought we already presented the evidence in court, and we can do that.
Do you intend to do that?
I can. And
The question is, do you intend to?
I don't think the witness is answering.
Yes, finish the answer, Doctor.
I had not planned on doing it because I was testifying here, and the whole proceedings being televised, and we have the my charts which I introduced in evidence, but I could do it.
So you don't believe that you have an obligation to the victims in this case to file a report that correctly reflects the autopsy in this case?
We have issued an addendum already. I have met my obligation in correcting the first mistakes we were aware of. These others, smaller mistakes which has come about, for example, in Goldman's, these aberrations which were not described in the addendum, and several other mistakes, have not been issued as an addendum as yet. And as I said, it can be done, but and I'll be happy to do it.
Are you going to do it?
Yes,
When are you going to do it?
after the trial, after this testimony is over.
Do you think that's proper a year later to file a report after the case is over?
Objection, Your Honor, irrelevant argument.
It's argumentative. Do you want to rephrase the question?
I'll just go on. Thank you, Your Honor. You saw photographs of the deceased Nicole Brown Simpson with numerous blood spots on her back, did you not?
Yes, I did.
If those blood spots were properly preserved and analyzed, and if they did not turn out to belong to Nicole Brown Simpson, to Ronald Goldman, or to OJ Simpson, would that be something that would be important to you?
Yes,
Why?
because it would indicate that somebody else's blood is on the body.
Would you describe that as a big ticket item?
Not as far as the cost of, not as a big ticket item in the manner I've been testifying what the big ticket items are.
Isn't the big ticket item the guilt or innocence of Mr. Simpson?
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Is that a term that you use in forensic pathology, big ticket item?
Well, it's not a term used in forensic pathology. It was used by the district attorney in this particular case. Instead of repeating all the main reasons which I could testify on, to make it simpler, he used the term big ticket item, but it's not a term used in forensic pathology.
How often have you used that term in testifying before?
I never used it, and I learned a new term when I came to this court.
Is that something you're going to continue to use?
Not a,
Actually, that misstates, I think, the testimony. It's more in the form of questions.
Overruled.
No.
Other than the cause of death, which we've already agreed that you can testify to with a reasonable degree of medical certainty, and the manner of death, what are other items that you think you would view as being important mistakes in an autopsy?
Excuse me, are we talking about this case? I think that is irrelevant to anything other than.
Why don't you rephrase the question directed toward
In
this
this case, do you think that it would be important to take blood off the back of a decedent?
If the person observed it and seen it and knew the significance of it, yes.
And would you describe that as something that could affect the outcome of your opinion?
Not my opinion on the cause of death, manner of death, or what issues I testify to.
Well, you offered an opinion as to the size of the person who's responsible for these killings, did you not?
I did not offer an opinion as to the size, but I agreed with the hypothetical size given for a particular scenario. I never said what the size of the victim, the perpetrator was, but I agreed on a hypothetical when presented in a particular format, which I believed fitted the scenario for the hypothetical which was presented.
Who requested that you spend 100 hours in preparing for testimony in this case?
Nobody requested it because I had to understand the case fully. It was, since I was asked to be a witness, I felt it's my obligation to understand the case completely. I have other responsibilities in the office, and I had to also study the case in detail, all the photographs, and do independent measurements of the photographs to have some reliability and the validity to all the measurements taken in the case. And I spent hours because I was asked to testify, and I wanted to do my best and tell the truth to this jury as I see it from this case and give my opinion independently as to what I felt is the cause and manner of death, and if I can opine on the nature of the weapon from what I see, how the injury occurred from what I see, how soon they died from what I see, and that's what I did. And nobody told me to spend so many hours. I did it on my own so that I could be better educated to give the best opinion to this jury.
And I take it that's what you do in every case that you testify?
Every case I testify, I try my best to be as knowledgeable about the case and know as much about the hospital history, if the hospital history has been reviewed. And that has been my philosophy ever since I joined the coroner's office and ever since I've been a medical doctor. I try and do my best on every case I try to testify on.
Would you say it's fair to say that in other cases that you testified on this year that you spent 100 hours in preparation for testimony?
No, that's not a fair statement because other cases did not take that much time, depending on what was the issue involved.
Well, this is a bread and butter case. Is there something more simple than a bread and butter case?
No, that's argument.
Sustain. Rephrase question.
This is a bread and butter case, everyday case, as you've told us. Is that correct?
As I already explained, what I meant by bread and butter for my certified pathologist.
How much time did you spend preparing for the last time you testified?
For example, just a few weeks ago, I was asked to testify, and then we didn't have to testify because I had to review the whole case. It took a couple of hours.
Couple hours?
Yes. Plus, I had to review charts. I had to prepare an independent report on it.
And let me ask you this, Doctor. How many times this year have you testified when the doctor who did the autopsy was available?
Never.
How many times last year did you testify when the doctor who did the autopsy was available?
Never.
How many times since you've been the chief medical examiner for the County of Los Angeles have you testified when the doctor who did the autopsy was available?
I don't recall a particular instance. All the times I've testified is when the doctor is, correction. I've testified, I think, once or twice as a reinforcement to my doctor who's already testified. But to answer your question, no.
Did anyone discuss with you that they were embarrassed by Dr. Golden? and didn't want him to testify?
No, that was never said to me. I mean, they said that I was going to testify and give my opinion, then Golden also was going to testify. Nobody told me that Golden is not going to testify.
Were you aware that the district attorney tried to find coroners around the country to come in and testify in this case?
Objection, Your Honor. Assuming that's not in evidence, I would ask for an admonishment.
Sustained. Juries to disregard the implication of that question.
Was there any discussion of other coroners coming in to testify in this case with you?
Yes.
Who discussed that with you?
The Bill Hodgman, the prosecuting attorney.
And were other coroners suggested by you?
Yes.
Who was suggested?
I suggested Joe Davis of Miami. I suggested Charlie Hirsch of New York.
Anyone else?
Those are the two I respect highly, and I suggested.
Was anyone else suggested by anyone else?
I think
Calls for hearsay, lack of foundation.
Sustained.
To your
Rephrase.
knowledge, was anyone else suggested to testify in this case as a coroner?
It was so called for hearsay, lack of foundation.
Sustained.
Was there any attempt to contact anyone else to testify in this case?
Called for hearsay, lack of foundation.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
Did you contact anyone on behalf of the district attorney's office to offer testimony in this case?
I personally did not contact anybody.
Did you cause to have anyone contacted?
No, I did not.
Did you suggest to have anyone contacted?
No, I just gave the two names, as I mentioned, to Bill Hodgman when he called me.
Do you know if anyone else declined to testify in this case?
Foundation.
Are you aware of requests made to individuals to ask them to come review this case and testify?
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
Yes,
How are you aware of that?
because I was told that
Excuse me,
Mr.
Your Honor, I move to strike the answer, calling for
All
hearsay.
right. I
lack
was
of-
told that. All right. Ask another question. I'll sustain the objection.
And were you told that other people,
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I don't like to interrupt counsel mid-question, but it's obviously a question. Calling for hearsay. lack of
Sustained.
foundation.
did anyone discuss with you that you would be,
I have to object.
Sustained. Just calling for hearsay.
when you were called to testify, were you aware that other people had refused to testify?
Objection, Your Honor, assumes facts not in evidence. Call for
Sustained.
hearsay.
Who, tell us what lawyers from the district attorney's office you spent time with preparing for your testimony.
Initially, I spent time with Mr. Bill Hodgman, and
When was that?
That was last year, and there was possibility that I might testify, but actually, my full preparation for this case was more with Mr. Kelberg ever since of February this year, when I knew that I'm going to be most likely be testifying, and this was in February or late February. Again, I have to go to my chronology of my log to tell you the dates and times when this meeting started taking place.
Anyone else other than Mr. Hodgman and Mr. Kelberg?
No, these are the two attorneys from the district attorney's office who were involved with coroner's testimony.
Did you prepare for testimony with anyone who is not a lawyer?
No,
Did you prepare with anyone else other than the two people in any way for testimony in this case?
no, but I attended a seminar in our department which they had.
Who gave that seminar?
One, Mr. Tuno, gave a seminar on court testimony and witness.
Who's Mr. Tuno?
He's a trial lawyer, a trial consultant who gives lectures on how to behave as a witness
And who did he give this lecture to?
to all the department personnel as a part of training for the office, because we have many people from our office who testify in court, and this is something new we started since this year. I think, I don't exactly recall the dates, but he gave a lecture for our office.
That started since this case started, didn't it?
That is correct.
You've never had somebody come in and help you to testify before, have you?
No, we have seminars always in our office. We had the DA's office. We have had the public defender's office. I have a CME program in my office, continuing medical education. wherein our doctors get training, and we have had it for on an on and off basis. The last time we had a long session with the DA's office was sometime in 1990 or 91, when we had several DAs from the district attorney's office, and I think public defenders also come and talk to us on court testimony. And so this has happened in the past, but
Was this person an expert in forensic pathology?
no.
What was this person's expertise as you understood it?
Your Honor, could I just ask, please, if Mr. Shapiro would wait until Dr. Lachman finishes before starting?
Yes, please. Thank you.
basically Mr. Tuno talked about the demeanor of a witness, how to testify, how to present yourself, etc. It is not on forensic.
The question was, what was this person? Is he an expert in forensic pathology? Is he a lawyer?
He's not an expert in forensic pathology, Your Honor.
What was his expertise, if any?
Basically on trial consulting, and his expertise was in helping witnesses to present themselves and how to project themselves in the courtroom.
Did he tell you how to talk?
Well, he gave the lecture. He said how to present yourself.
How to present yourself in what manner?
Well, he taught our employees to talk louder, to be forceful when you talk, etc.
Did you take that course?
Well, I attended the meeting, but I've been testifying much before Mr. Tuno came to give this lecture. I've been testifying for years for the coroner's office. For 18 years, I've been testifying for the coroner's office on different cases. So I've had enough experience in testifying. But you always learn, whenever you go to a lecture, you always learn a point or two, and you try and use whatever is useful to better your presentation.
When did you become aware that this was going to be a significant case for the coroner's office?
Well, every case is significant, but what do you mean by significant in the sense?
Well, perhaps then this case, you would say, would just fall into the same realm as all the other cases. No more important, no less important, and significant.
Well, I can't say that. We have obviously given a lot of importance to this case. It's obvious from my spending time and coming here to testify and all the other attention this case has been getting. So in that manner, this case has had a significant impact on our office because it's taken away a lot of personal time involvement, and also financially also it's taken a lot of, it has had an impact on our department.
What is it about the autopsies of the two victims in this case that caused them to have such special attention?
Well, not really much about the autopsy itself other than the errors which have been addressed. It is just that the attention this case is getting and the multiple requests from both your side and prosecution on different demands placed on the office for reports, for photographs, additional photographs, specimens to be sent to Albany, slides to be cut. You know, if I look at the chronology, I can go over the various demands placed on the office, and then its own other ramifications also are there for this case. It's just not the case itself.
Well, you said when you came time to assign it, that you wanted to assign somebody special to this case for the autopsy, did you not?
No, I said I wanted to assign it to a certified forensic pathologist, and Dr. Golden was a certified forensic pathologist, and I assigned the case to him.
Well, didn't you give us a list of 3 others that were seniors that you wanted to first do this case?
Well, I would have preferred them to do the case because they were available, but I picked the next pathologist who was capable of doing the case. And in my opinion, at that time, Dr. Golden was capable of doing the case, and he has done the cases.
Why would you want a senior to do a bread and butter case?
Well, seniors also do bread and butter cases. My chief of medicine, just 2 days ago, did a couple of, 1 or 2 autopsies and numerous other examinations because I'm here, and we had a shortage of doctors. So everybody in my office does a lot of work, my seniors, my regular pathologists. So when I went down the list, I was just trying to tell you who are the experienced pathologists we have in the office, and I already mentioned we have 12 certified forensic pathologists. So I just went down the list who all were available, and any one of my certified pathologists is capable of handling this case.
So there was nothing special that you did in assigning this case. It was just a case that came in, it was a routine case, and whoever happened to be available was going to get it.
Objection, that misstates the testimony that's already been.
It's argumentative. Rephrase the question, please.
Was there anything unusual about this case that caused you to take special attention into who it would be assigned?
I was brought to my attention that one of the victims was the former wife of Mr. Simpson, and I knew there'll be a lot of attention on the case, so I just wanted to make sure that one of my certified pathologists does it, and I had the certified pathologist available who was working the 3 days, and that was Dr. Golden, and that is why I assigned the case.
Why did you feel this case needed 3 days?
No, because somebody had to look at the bodies when the bodies were brought to our office, which was the 13th, and Golden was working that day. We needed the person to do the autopsy, which was the next day, which was the 14th. And being 2 homicides in case more time is needed, and you never know a complexity of the case till you start the autopsy, the doctor who was doing the case must also be available Wednesday, which was if I recall, was 15th. So Golden was one of the pathologists who was working all the 3 days, and that is one of the reasons I assigned the case to him, because he's available all the 3 days. And also, whenever we have a case which has complex, I also go and talk to the doctor and ask them whether they are willing to do the case, and Dr. Golden was willing to do the case, and that's how he got assigned the case.
When did you determine this was a complex case?
Any double murder with multiple sharp force injuries is complex in the sense there are multiple injuries to be documented, and it'll take time to do them.
Isn't complex opposite to bread and butter?
Well, we do a lot of complex cases every day in my office. If you come to my office, I can go over the list and show you the complexity of each of the cases done by my doctors. Every day we have cases with multiple gunshot wounds and multiple stab wounds, multiple blunt force trauma. So a complex case in the LA County Coroner's Office is a bread and butter case, because each of my pathologists have done a lot of these cases, and for them, it's a case which they do every other day. It's not like something which is unusual.
Is it your practice to go down and look at all bodies when they come in for autopsy?
I try and do it whenever there's an important case. For example, today, if I was working in the office, there was a kid who was apparently mauled by 3 dogs. I heard it in the news, and if I was working today, I would have gone and seen that case. Depends on what the case is. It is not that it is a particular related to a celebrity that I go and see the case. If a case requires my presence to see the body, I go and look at the body. I do it routinely. I do rounds whenever it's almost time permitting every day to go and look at what kind of cases are going on. And I try and keep on top of whatever is going on in the office, because I'm also available to all my doctors because they need my advice, expertise. For example, on Monday, when I came back from the lecture, I stopped in my office. And when I came to my office, the first thing I was asked to look at was a homicide case by one of my doctors. I went down, looked at the case, gave some suggestions, got our criminalist. So what I'm saying is, that's an ongoing process. I went down, looked at the body, saw the injuries with the doctor, got the criminalist to look at the case. I don't want to go into specifics of the number and all, but I just wanted to tell you that I'm the chief medical examiner for that office. I'm one of the experienced pathologists there, and I'm always available to my doctors for any expertise they believe I can offer them, and that's why I'm there. So I do it on a routine basis, but yes, in this case, I did come down and look at the bodies on the 13th, and I was the one who assigned the cases.
And after you looked at the bodies, did you give some thought to actually supervising the autopsy yourself, because you knew public attention would be focusing on this case?
No, I had absolute trust in my doctors. I mean, my philosophy is, when I hire a board-certified forensic pathologist, I'm not there to spoon-feed them. I'm there to help them if they need my help. For example, on Monday when I came, this particular forensic pathologist,
and the decedent is at the location of death or at the place discovered, a coroner's investigator will be assigned and dispatched to conduct the death investigation. Further on, field investigators are responsible for maintaining the integrity of a death scene, including information and evidence. They coordinate their investigations with investigators of other agencies also having jurisdiction of the scene. They functionally supervise other coroner employees at a scene, including any personnel charged with the responsibility of transporting the body. And dropping further down to a part under the word evidence, coroners investigators coordinate their investigations with police officers or members of other investigative agencies so as not to mishandle or contaminate evidence in which all may be interested. When the coroner's investigator determines the need to have a coroner's criminalist respond to the scene for the purpose of collecting trace evidence or evidence of sexual assault, they will protect the scene until the criminalist arrives. In these instances, the criminalist will collect all evidence associated with the decedent. Are those instructions that are given to your investigators, such as Ms. Ratcliffe?
Yes.
Now, Doctor, let me move into my final area of inquiry, dealing with the issue of time of death. And let me begin, if we could please, with a brief review of the legal requirements regarding notification of the coroner's office when a body has been found. Doctor, are you familiar with various statutes in the government code and the health and safety code that pertain to this issue of notification of the coroner?
Yes, in a general way.
Let me invite your attention, if I could please, to several sections of government code, starting with a section of section 27491 of the government code under the heading Duty to Investigate and Determine Cause of Death. In the fifth full paragraph, any funeral director, physician, or other person who has charge of a deceased person's body when death occurred as a result of any of the causes or circumstances described in this section shall immediately notify the coroner. Any person who does not notify the coroner as required by this section is guilty of a misdemeanor. Is that one of the sections of which you are familiar pertaining to the duty to notify your office?
Yes.
And obviously, this type of situation of two people killed in a manner suggesting a criminal homicide would be one of the areas covered by this statute. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when it says funeral director, physician, or other person, you understand that to include police officers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now let me drop down to 27491.2 under.
Grateful that part of that answer is calling for you.
Oh, well. And as I was saying, dropping down to 27491.2. A, the coroner or the coroner's appointed deputy, on being informed of a death and finding it to fall into the classification of deaths requiring his or her inquiry, may immediately proceed to where the body lies, examine the body, make identification, make inquiry into the circumstances, manner, and means of death, and, as circumstances warrant, either order its removal for further investigation or disposition or release the body to the next of kin. Is that another section of which you are familiar regarding the responsibilities of the coroner's office?
Yes.
And doctor, would it be accurate to say that your office has the responsibility over the body itself,
Yes.
not the police agency?
That is correct.
Now let me invite your attention under one more section of the government code, 27491.3, under control of premises where body found, subsection C, the middle of that subsection as follows. At the scene of any death, when it is immediately apparent or when it has not been previously recognized, and the coroner's examination reveals that police investigation or criminal prosecution may ensue, the coroner shall not further disturb the body or any related evidence until the law enforcement agency has had reasonable opportunity to respond to the scene if their purposes so require and they so request. Custody and control of the body shall remain with the coroner at all times. Reasonable time at the scene shall be allowed by the coroner for criminal investigation by other law enforcement agencies, with the time and location of removal of the remains to a convenient place to be determined at the discretion of the coroner. Is that another one of the sections of which you are familiar?
Yes.
And doctor, how does this section affect the relationship between your people, including your investigators like Ms. Radcliffe, and police investigators such as Detectives Lang and Van Adder?
Basically, our office investigators cooperate with the police agencies if they require more time to collect evidence at a scene. That is one aspect of the government code which you just alluded to, that is 27491.3C, indicates that. But the notification also is responsible to the police department to call us as soon as they have a death.
And that's what I want to next discuss with you. Doctor, given the resources your office has, do you automatically respond at the time you are notified that there is a body found by a police agency which believes the body is the product of a criminal event?
The way it works is when they notify us, the inquiry is when they give us a time when we can come and pick up the remains, because they may not have finished their criminal investigation and evidence collection, because we have limited resources of our personnel, because we like to go to the scene and do our investigation and bring the remains back to our office as soon as possible. And as we discussed earlier, if necessary, the criminalist will be called, and evidence collection by our criminalist from the body may take place at the scene also. So it is a situation where we need to plan our response to a crime scene. So we'd like to be notified when a death is discovered, rather, and the response would depend on what kind of investigation is being conducted by the law enforcement agency, so that we can plan our response, so that our investigators don't spend time there waiting for evidence to be collected. And this is something where communication helps to have a kind of situation where both agencies conduct their responsibilities in a manner which is fit, so that the criminal investigation of a particular crime doesn't suffer.
Doctor, in the course of reviewing materials for this case, have you become aware of 2 telephone conversations between a police detective from the Los Angeles Police Department named Detective Phillips and 2 employees of the coroner's office, one Mr. Willis, W-I-L-L-I-S, and one Mr. Heath, H-E-A-T-H?
Yes, I had the opportunity to read the transcript. As you know, all calls coming to the coroner's office are recorded, and I had a chance to read the transcript of that recorded information which came to our facility with reference to those communications between Mr. Phillips and Mr. Willis, and later Mr. Phillips and one, I think, Mr. Heath of our office.
Doctor, assuming that there's been testimony in this court that the bodies were first observed by a Los Angeles Police Department officer by the name of Risky at about 12:13 a.m. on June 13th, 1994, and that the first call by the police to your office occurred at 6:49 a.m., or about 6.5 hours later on the same date. In your opinion, Doctor, was that timely notification to you as required by the sections that we've just reviewed?
No.
Doctor, in your review of these materials, have you attempted to form an opinion regarding the estimated time of death for Nicole Brown Simpson?
Yes, I have.
Have you also attempted, from your review of these materials, to form an estimated time of death for Ronald Goldman?
Yes.
And before I ask you if you have in fact formed such opinions and what they are, let me first ask you, in your opinion, Doctor, has the delay of 6.5 hours with respect to the first notification, and the fact, as we've already seen, that liver temperatures were not taken until approximately 10:40 and 10:50 a.m. on June 13th, as documented in our exhibits 298A and B, those Form 1s, has that set of circumstances, Doctor, caused you to be unable to form an opinion? regarding the estimated time of death in each case?
No.
And further, doctor, if by some fortuitous quirk of fate you had been with Officer Risky on June 13th at 12:13 a.m. on that date, with whatever bag of medical paraphernalia you would use for ascertaining the medical information from which you form an opinion as to cause of death, in your opinion, would you, under those circumstances, have been able to determine whether the death occurred at 10:15 p.m. on June 12th rather than 11 o'clock on June 12th?
No.
Would you be able to exclude any time period between 10:15 and 11 o'clock on June 12th if hypothetically you had been fortuitously with Detective or Officer Risky at 12:13 and had done whatever you are able to do medically to make such determinations?
No.
Now, doctor, and we're going to go through why you hold that opinion. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Let's start with, what is your opinion with respect to the estimated time of death for Nicole Brown Simpson?
I cannot tell exactly at what time she died, but she obviously I have taken all the factors into consideration. I can't pinpoint exactly what time she died between 9:40 and 12:40 when the body was discovered, but based on the parameters which were evaluated, that is liver temperature, rigor, liver, etc. But the only thing which would favor, and there's one more factor which one can take into consideration, which would include gastric emptying and contents, which show that there were identifiable food fragments in her stomach at the time of autopsy, identified as rigatoni and black olives, etc., which would reflect that. And also, I was told information that she ate the dinner somewhere between 8 and 8:15 that evening. Just using that, it would favor death took place between 10 and 30, but that again will not be a definite answer because that factor of gastric emptying and gastric digestion has so many variabilities to the process. So bottom line is I can't narrow a time of death between 9:40 and 12:30, which is the discovery time of the bodies, with precision more than what I've discussed.
And doctor, is the factor, let me withdraw the question if I might. Doctor, I want you to focus solely on medical factors and not on any information you may have received in the form of, for example, a documented telephone conversation between Nicole Brown Simpson and her mother at about 9:35 in the evening of June 14th, and a documented call by Nicole Brown Simpson after that call to her mother, or that call from her mother to the Mezzaluna restaurant. I want you to set that aside and focus solely on medical bases for forming an opinion on time of death. Have you an opinion?
Strike that narrative.
Overruled.
Have you an opinion, Doc?
Sorry. The jury is to disregard the last deletion of factual circumstances, some of which are not in evidence yet. Let's just focus on the medical issues.
Have you formed an opinion as to a range during which the death of Nicole Brown Simpson occurred?
That could occur anywhere between 9 and, just on medical facts, if you give a range, it's anywhere between 9 and 12:45.
And we'll go through those medical facts. Do you have an opinion from the medical facts alone as to an estimated range for the time of death of Ronald Goldman?
It would be the same.
And doctor, when forensic pathologists evaluate cases for time of death, do they attempt to provide a specific time or do they attempt something else?
They always give an estimated range because the parameters you use to estimate time of death are rough parameters, and you cannot be precise in giving a precise time of death. You always give an estimated range with a plus or minus of 3 hours for a particular time, which you estimate the death should have taken place, because you always have to give the range, because the factors you use have so many variabilities inbuilt in them itself. So if you take those variabilities or the factors you use and apply them to a particular situation, you can only give an estimated range. You cannot give any precision to a particular time like 10:15 or 10:20. It's very difficult.
Doctor, in preparing for this area of your testimony, have you reviewed medical literature on the subject of estimation of a range for time of death?
Yes.
Is one of the materials you reviewed a book called The Estimation of the Time Since Death in the Early Postmortem Period by Hensiger, Henssge, Knight, Knight, Krompecher, Krompecher, Medea, Madea, and Noakes, Nokes?
I referred to that book, yes.
And in fact, have you read this book?
I've read the book to the areas which apply to the pathologists.
Doctor, when did this book come out?
This year, 1995.
Doctor, to your knowledge, is this the first book devoted entirely to this subject, the estimation of the time since death in the early postmortem period, that is published in English?
Yes.
Doctor, are you familiar with who these people are, Hensiger, Knight, and so forth?
Yes.
Perhaps if Mr. Fairtlow could just put the face of the book up on the Elmo, and then the doctor can tell us who these people are.
Dr. Hensiger works for the Institute of Forensic Medicine at the University of Essen in Germany. Essen, E-S-S-E-N.
What kind of institute is that, if you're aware?
It's a forensic institute. I've not been there, so it's a recognized forensic institution.
And the next name, Dr. Knight?
Dr. Knight is the professor of forensic pathology at University of Wales School of Medicine in Cardiff in the United Kingdom.
Before you go beyond his name, Doctor, is one of the materials you also reviewed a chapter regarding estimation of time of death found in a forensic pathology text with the name Bernard Knight Forensic Pathology?
Yes.
And is this a 1991 text?
Yes.
What is this kind of text?
It's a textbook of forensic pathology addressing different issues in forensic pathology, used by pathologists and other forensic scientists to have information with pertaining to that particular medical specialty.
Doctor, first of all, is Dr. Hensiger recognized as one of the leading researchers in the area of estimation of time of death?
Yes, he has done a lot of work in this area, and his nomograms, which we'll be discussing later, has been developed taking some variable factors involved in the cooling of the body, and that nomogram, which we'll be discussing later, will give you a tool to apply certain findings you have when you examine a body. And when you apply it on the nomogram, you can come up with an estimated range. And again, it's an estimated range. It's not a time of death with precision.
Doctor, is Dr. Knight a preeminently recognized forensic pathologist?
Yes, he's well known in the forensic community. He has written this textbook. He also edits the other book, Keith Simpson.
And I was going to ask you about that. Is there another forensic pathology text that you reviewed the chapter on estimation of time of death entitled Simpson's, obviously no reference to the defendant, Simpson's Forensic Medicine, 10th edition, Bernard Knight?
Yes.
And the edition date of this, Doctor, is 1991?
Yes.
And are both of these books, with Dr. Knight as the editor, considered as recognized medical texts in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes.
All right. How about if we, do you know any of the other names?
Medea is known. He always writes papers with Dr. Hensage. Dr. Medea is from the University of Cologne, Koln, in Germany.
And is Dr. Medea one of the recognized researchers in the area of estimation of time of death?
Yes, most of the papers by Dr. Hensage has his name also.
Are you familiar with the other two names, Doctor?
Just when I read the book, Mr. Noakes works for the University of Wales, Cardiff. He's, I think, he's in the engineering department.
And actually, if we could ask Mr. Fairtlow to put the title page up. It has references to each of these people, and I think we'll find it's Dr. Noakes. MD, doctor, stands for what?
Medical doctor.
Are you familiar with what MRCP stands for?
Yes, it stands for the member of the Royal College of Physicians, and usually that's a diploma given in England. And
How about the other designations for Dr. Knight? Are you familiar with what they mean? You might want to look.
FRC Path is Fellow of the Royal College of Pathologists. DMJ is Diploma in Medical Jurisprudence, Pathology. Barrister is also a lawyer.
And dropping down to, it is Dr. Noakes, is it not?
Yes, I'm sorry, but he does work for the engineering department.
At the University of Wales in Cardiff?
Yes.
Now, Doctor, in reviewing this material, have you considered its contents in forming opinions?
Yes, but as I told, I only reviewed portions which apply to pathologists. There's a lot of material there which is mostly for mathematicians, statisticians, which I didn't pay attention to.
And in fact, is that part of the preface by Dr. Knight for people who are not inclined towards higher levels of mathematics? For those non-medical readers, including lawyers and police detective officers, as well as the many doctors who are unfamiliar with more advanced mathematics and physics, some parts of the text can be avoided in favor of the more practical sections, which summarize the best current methods and indicate the limits of accuracy.
Yes.
And have you done that, Doctor?
Yes.
Doctor, have you relied, at least in part, on the information you have read in this book?
Yes, I have.
And as part of the material that you have relied upon in part, has the following been included from the preface. Though very many papers have been published on the subject, to the best of our knowledge, this is the first book in the English language to be devoted to the estimation of the time since death. As the historical review will indicate, the problem of determining the post-mortem interval, and is that a fancy way of saying how long a person has been dead?
That's correct.
Has exercised doctors and scientists for at least a century and a half, yet accuracy still remains beyond our grasp. This book does not pretend to solve this ancient difficulty, but offers a series of monographs by different authors which address various aspects of the problem. Particularly in relation to temperature-based methods, the opinions of different authors will be seen to vary, but this lack of consensus is familiar to all those working in forensic medicine. Part of what you referred to, considered, and relied upon, Doctor?
Yes.
And further, Doctor, did you refer to, consider, and rely in part on the following from the general introduction by Dr. Knight? The importance of estimating the time since death must have been appreciated for centuries, probably millennia. Even in the most unsophisticated societies, when homicides took place, the community would inevitably have correlated the location and movements of the prime suspects with the apparent time of death, however crude that comparison might have been, to test what would later become the defense of alibi. Little has changed from those early days, except that their data acquisition equipment was merely the back of a hand to test the coolness of the corpse's skin and their eyes and nose to evaluate decomposition. We now have multi-channel thermometry with thermocouples sensitive to a fraction of a degree, enzyme methods, vitreous chemistry, muscular reactivity, and several other avenues for collecting data. Regrettably, the accuracy of estimating the post-mortem interval has by no means kept pace with the enormous strides made in technical sophistication.
Objection. Maria, what's the
Overruled.
Doctor, again, part of what you have read, considered, and relied upon?
Yes.
And further, Doctor, it is not only the defensive alibi that has such relevance to the estimation of the post-mortem interval in criminal deaths. In the earliest stage of many criminal investigations, before any suspect is questioned or charged, a knowledge of the approximate time of death is vital if the investigating officers are to direct their inquiries in the appropriate direction. The relationship of the time of death to other events, to persons in the vicinity, and to those who could not have been in the vicinity will automatically channel investigative efforts along certain lines. When several suspects are being considered, the best estimate of the time of death forms a primary screening procedure to eliminate some putative killers who could not have had access to the deceased at the material time, and may strengthen suspicion against others whose movements coincided with the estimated time. There is thus a heavy responsibility upon the doctor who offers an opinion as to the probable time of death. If he or she is significantly in error, the investigation may be dislocated at its earliest and perhaps most vulnerable stage. The onus is therefore upon the doctor to provide a range, and the word range is italicized, of times within which he or she thinks the death occurred, which is as accurate as is justified in the circumstances. Even more importantly, it must not be so unreasonably precise as to exclude incorrectly the true time of death, as this may provide a false alibi for one or more suspects. To offer an unreasonably accurate time of death is worse than providing such a wide range of times that the police derive no help from it. In the latter situation, they at least then know that they have to use other methods in their investigation. But to mislead them by some outrageously precise time runs the risk of their excluding the true culprit as well as falsely implicating an innocent party. Unfortunately, it is often the least experienced medical witness who tends to offer the most accurate estimate, not having seen enough cases to appreciate the many pitfalls and fallacies in the process. Certainly, with all the methods available up to the present time, the opinion of any doctor who offers a single, and the word single is italicized, time of death instead of a range, or one who includes any fraction of an hour instead of a whole hour, must be viewed with considerable skepticism. Doctor, have you read, considered, and relied in part on that information in forming your opinions?
Yes.
Overruled.
Yes.
Doctor, have you also reviewed chapters from a book that you have previously identified, Spitz and Fisher's Medical Legal Investigation of Death, 3rd edition, edited by Dr. Spitz and dated 1993.
Yes, I have.
Have you also reviewed the materials related to estimation of time of death from another text called The Pathology of Homicide by Lester Adelson, Adelson, dated 1974?
Yes, I have.
By the way, are both of these books considered recognized forensic pathology textbooks?
Yes, they are.
Also, Doctor, have you reviewed 2 other books with respect to their chapters dealing with the estimation of the time of death?
Yes, I have.
One of which is called Gradwall's, Gradwohl', Legal Medicine, 3rd edition, dated, I believe it's 1976.
Yes, I have.
And something called Modern Legal Medicine, Psychiatry, and Forensic Science by Curran, C-U-R-R-A-N, and others, dated 1980.
Yes, I have.
And also, doctor, have you reviewed specific individual medical articles concerning the estimation of the range for time of death?
Yes, I have.
And in particular, articles going to this issue of the use of stomach contents as a means of estimating the range for time of death?
Yes, I have.
Doctor, with those preliminaries aside, I have a series of boards that I want to go through with you on this subject of estimation of the range for time of death. And Your Honor, the first board, which is called Factors Commonly Used to Estimate Range for Time of Death, I asked to be marked as People's Exhibit 366.
366.
And I think Mr. Fairtlow can put that one up on the Elmo. I'm not sure if he's... Your Honor, I don't know, for the jurors' convenience, if we can put it on the Elmo and have it as a board.
Right.
Prefer that? And Mr. Fairtlow has broken this one down, so we'll see parts of it. There it is. Doctor, it might be more convenient for you if you might step down with the court's permission to the board.
Yes.
What is the information conveyed on this exhibit?
This exhibit mainly shows the various factors which are used in the estimation of time of death and the range of time of death. And the physicochemical factors is one, chemical factors is two, and other associated factors. In physicochemical factors, one is algor mortis.
What is algor mortis?
It is the postmortem cooling of the body. The other way of putting it is loss of warmth of the body.
Doctor, is algor mortis considered, among all the available techniques medically, the most reliable means of estimating the range for time of death?
It is the most common method used in our office and other jurisdictions in this country.
What's the next entry then?
Rigor mortis, and that is a phenomenon of postmortem stiffening of the muscles, which follows a period of primary flaccidity.
What does primary flaccidity mean?
That is, the muscles are not stiff, they're relaxed. Just after a person dies, if you lift their arms up, it won't be stiff, it'll be just flaccid, relaxed, is a better word to use. And the stiffening process is due to chemical changes which involves the proteins in the muscle fibers. Do you want me to go into detail on each one?
I think we're going to see that when we discuss in specific terms rigor mortis, so perhaps we'll finish in general terms.
Livor mortis is the draining of blood by gravity into the vessels of the dependent parts of the body after the circulation has ceased, that is after your heart has stopped beating, and causes a discoloration in the skin which is not subject to pressure. So in the areas where the body is in contact with the ground, you won't have a coloration because the pressure would have pressed on the vessels, and so blood cannot accumulate in the vessels.
Doctor, is that a part of what you discussed yesterday in looking at the position of Mr. Goldman's body and some discoloration that you saw in one of the photographs? I believe it was a G5.
Yes.
All right, if you continue.
Then we have chemical factors wherein you take some vitreous humor from the eye, estimate the potassium level in the vitreous humor, and the vitreous humor is that part of the eye. It's a substance found in the back of the eye, behind your lens, and in front of what is called the retina. It's a gel-like substance which is present in everybody, and you remove the material and you send it for analysis for this chemical potassium. And we'll discuss this in detail later. Associate factors, one is the stomach contents. Then, of course, the other one is which is a factor which is independent, verifiable evidence of when the victim was last seen or heard alive.
Doctor, that last factor, B, is that, in your opinion, a medical factor?
No, it's more information which is not a medical factor, but is a factor which is important. If somebody saw somebody alive and you feel by your this range that they were dead already doesn't make sense. So you have to be intelligent and use all factors which are important, which can be verified. The important thing is verified evidence, just not hearsay. That is, you have independent verification that somebody saw and there's evidence for it.
Doctor, as an example, assuming there's been evidence received concerning a telephone bill showing a conversation between the mother of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ms. Brown Simpson at 9:35 in the evening of June 12th, 1994, would that factor narrow your estimated range for her time of her death from the 9 o'clock to 12:30 or 12:45 that you testified earlier would be the range based upon the medical factors?
You would have verified that the mother did speak to Ms. Simpson or just the phone bill?
Assuming that such a conversation occurred.
If the conversation can be confirmed, then that would be an important factor which would narrow the estimated range which is used, just not the telephone bill.
And assume, for example, that Mr. Goldman was seen at the Mezzaluna restaurant after 9:30 in the evening, and he left the restaurant. Assume there's been testimony in this case that he left the restaurant approximately 10 minutes to 10 that evening, and assuming that that is an accurate observation, would that be another factor which would be useful to you in narrowing your range for the time of his death down from 9 o'clock to 12:30 to 12:45?
Yes.
Is there anything further in general terms about this board, Doctor?
No.
Let me switch to a different board. Your Honor, we actually have a series of boards that deal with algor mortis. And let me just get the total number. There are 4 boards with written information and 2 graph boards. May they collectively be marked as Exhibit 367, and as we go through them, I'll make them A, B, and so forth.
A through F, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, starting with what I'd ask to be 367A, algor mortis temperature. What does this board show?
This shows the details of this method of estimating the range of time of death.
Let's start at the top. You've defined it, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Let's go to item 2. What is this concept, core temperature?
That is the inner body temperature in the core of the body. That would be you take a temperature of the liver or the rectum or the brain, depending on which organ you use to obtain the temperature. That would be the central part of the body, and that would be reflect the true temperature of the body, because the skin surface does not really reflect the true temperature of the body. That is why when you go to a doctor, they put a thermometer in your mouth and take the temperature of the person.
Now, doctor, in your office, is there a general procedure or protocol as to the location from which this core temperature will be obtained?
We take in our office the core temperature from the liver. The investigator makes a small incision in the right upper quadrant of the abdomen and then passes this thermometer. This is a liver temperature probe. It's about 4.5 inches long, and you have this dial which is about 1 inch in diameter, and the tip of the probe is the temperature sensitive instrumentation, which will give a digital readout of the body temperature, which is at the time this procedure was done. And usually the investigator, before doing this, will also take the ambient temperature, that is the temperature of the surrounding where the body was found, to get that temperature first, which is just by placing the thermometer so that you don't touch the tip. As I told you, the tip has the electronic sensitive equipment to read out the temperature. So you keep it free and you get the ambient temperature, and then 5 minutes later you do the body temperature and you get the the digital readout of the body temperature. And that is how the core body temperature is obtained in our office. And we have some guidelines for that, yes.
Why has your office selected the liver over any other location in the body?
Because if you use the rectal temperature, you may interfere in a case where you need to collect sexual assault. It may interfere with the collection process because you want to take this temperature as soon as the coroner's office gets to see a dissident, because we want to get the temperature as soon as possible so that we have an idea to give a better estimated range, because in estimated range of time of death, the further the time is away, the estimated range also gets wider. The brain is not used because you have to do an intrusive procedure which is not feasible. So in our office, we use the liver temperature, which is an easier procedure. It can be done by all our investigators, and we have some guidelines when they should do it. Basically, we do it in all our unwitnessed deaths, in homicide cases, or there are several deaths in one scene to see, especially if it's the whole family who died first. It helps sometimes.
Dr. Please finish, I'm sorry.
I just said we have guidelines, we have procedures when it should be done.
Is there any reason beyond interference with possible sexual assault evidence why you do not use the rectum?
The other reason is you need to have the temperature thermometer probe at least 10 centimeters into the rectum, so that you have an accurate reflection of the core body temperature. So that is again a situation where you have to, it's more like a medical procedure to put a probe into the anorectal area. And this is a much simpler procedure wherein you just have to put a probe into the liver, which is right below the right costal margin of the chest wall.
If you are using the rectum as the source for core temperature and you don't insert it properly, will the temperature you obtain be one which you can reliably use in formulating an estimated range for time of death?
No, because you'll get a particular number which may not really reflect the core body temperature, and naturally this will throw off your estimated range.
How difficult is it to hit the target, for lack of a better term, where the target is the liver?
It's much less chance that you will miss the target. The liver is a huge organ sitting on the right side of the upper abdomen, and the probe will strike the liver, because our investigators are trained to do that.
Your Honor, I don't know where you wish to break. I have a chart I was going to put out on the Elmo. Now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our break for the lunch hour at this time. Please remember all my admonitions. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you, or allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. And we'll resume testimony at 1 o'clock. All right, board in recess. Simpson matter, the defendant's again present with his counsel. People are represented. Jury is not present. Counsel, is there anything we need to take up before we invite the jurors to join us? All right, let's have the jurors, please. Doctor? And Mr. Kelberg. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, we were talking about how core temperature is measured, and you told us about the liver and the rectum, and you mentioned the brain. From your own experience and review of any literature, do you have an opinion as to whether the core temperature from each of those sources is identical?
No, the brain would...
I'm sorry, you have no opinion? Or
I have an opinion, yeah.
What is that opinion?
The brain temperature would reflect the core temperature the best, and the decrease would correspond better with the postmortem. As the postmortem interval progresses, the rectum would be the next in line, and liver is comparable to the rectal temperatures.
And when you say, I'm sorry, the brain is the best?
No, it's better than the other two because it reflects more of the core temperature.
Is there a, well, actually, let me ask Mr. Fairlow to put a graph on the board. This is from page 30 of Henziga's text. Ask if this is material that you referred to, considered, and relied upon in part in forming opinions regarding the estimation of the range for time of death. And if Mr. Fairlow could just pull it back just a little so we can see the bottom of the graph as well. A little more. Thank you, Mr. Fairlow. Doctor, what does this graph represent?
This shows the temperature drop in relationship to postmortem interval, and you see the graph for each area being used to see the drop in temperature. The number 3 refers to the rectal temperature, which is between the liver temperature, which is number 4, and brain temperature is number 5.
I'm going to ask if Mr. Fairlow can, he's got the arrow. Doctor, there is a legend that Mr. Fairlow is pointing to which has a number corresponding to the source for any particular temperature reading. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then we have 3 different and distinct lines to represent the relationship between the time in hours following death and the temperature as measured. Is that correct?
Yes.
In looking at the diagram, Doctor, the uppermost line is from which source?
The liver.
And I don't know if Mr. Fairlow can perhaps put a big L or something associated with that line. And the middle line corresponds to what source, Doctor?
The rectal.
Mr. Fairlow didn't like his initial L. And could we put an R, Mr. Fairlow, of some form? And then the bottom one, Doctor, refers to what?
The brain temperature. Brain.
And could Mr. Fairlow put a B? And, Your Honor, I'll ask when this is printed out, if we could please, to have this marked as Exhibit 367, B as in boy.
People's 367.
Doctor, from this graph, does it appear that the actual temperature recorded in relationship to the time since death differs depending upon the source used?
Yes.
Does this difference between rectal, liver, and brain as the source affect how precise one can be, given that you are using one source, the liver, rather than all 3 sources?
Yes, that's one of the main problems in this kind of estimation of time range since death, because you have variability in what kind of method you use to gauge the body temperature.
Mr. Fairlow, are you done with the book? Yeah. Now, Doctor, going on in this first chart, you've got the probe identified, and I think you've already told us that is the type of instrument used. And in fact, is this a photograph, 2 photographs of the actual probe and dial that was used with respect to the liver temperatures of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman?
That is correct.
Let's go to item 3. talking about how range for time of death is calculated based on the measurement of core temperature. Before we get to what's described as assumptions required to apply formula, are there various approaches mathematically that are used to use temperature as a basis to estimate a range for time of death?
Yes.
What are those approaches, doctor?
Basically, in the past, there's been a formula which has been used by moderates, I think, where they used to take the time interval between death and the temperature which was obtained, and let's say that the temperature you obtained is, for assumption, 80, and you assume the normal body temperature to be 98. You have an 18 degrees difference. They used to divide it by 1.5, and you have a 1.5 degree drop per hour after death. And but this formula didn't take into account the plateau phase which you have after death, wherein the temperature really doesn't drop soon after death. There is a period, depending on where the temperature is taken from, you may or may not have a period of time when the temperature may not drop. So there is that variable factor which this formula doesn't take into account. There's one of the formulas which has been used in the past, and there have also been other formulas which have been used there's another group of people, Marshall and Hoare. They have a chart wherein you can use that chart to estimate the range. So there are different formulas which can be used. I alluded to one particular normogram earlier of Hensage, which he has taken some of the variable factors, factored it in the graph to estimate. So bottom line is it's still an estimated range. It doesn't give you a precise estimate of the time.
For the benefit of the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and the reporter, I don't believe we picked up, at least I didn't, the name that you associated with the first formula.
Moritz, M-O-R-I-T-Z.
Thank you, doctor. Now, doctor, the formula you described of roughly 1.5 degrees per hour, is that a formula that, in your opinion, yields a precise period for the postmortem interval to the time when the temperature was measured?
No, it's just an estimated range. So let's take the example I gave you, 98.6, 1.5 degrees an hour, and let's assume that the temperature you take when you see the remains to be 80, at that time to be 80 degrees, you're talking about 18 degrees, and you divide it by 1.5, you're talking about roughly for 12 hours. And so you cannot assume, let's say the 80-degree temperature was taken at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. You cannot tell that the person died at 1 a.m. using that formula because of the variable factors we're going to discuss, one of them being the plateau phase, and number two, the postmortem drop in temperature doesn't occur at a constant rate because there's variability to the drop in temperature itself, and the formula you use assumes that the postmortem temperature is going to drop at a constant rate, and it doesn't happen that way because you have environmental factors which can play a role, like wind and where the body is. The clothing of the body can play a role. There are a number of variables in this environment, on the body itself, like whether clothed or not clothed, where the body is in contact, also the pre-existing disease process in the body. There are so many variables in this, so you really can't use this mathematical formula to say this is the time of death. There's going to be variability in the time you get, and you have to couch your opinion keeping these variable factors in mind and always give an estimated range, because you can't be precise in estimating a time.
Now, doctor, in this section, assumptions required to apply formula, does each of the formulas you've described make an assumption as to what the actual core temperature was of the decedent at the moment of death?
Yes. What we do is usually everybody thinks everybody has got a normal temperature, 98.6, and as I just gave you in my example, and that may not be the case. So the first assumption, which may be wrong, is that assumption that the body temperature was 98.6 when the person died, and that may be the first assumption which could be wrong.
Doctor, if you are not physically with the decedent at the exact moment of death, and at the exact moment of death take the decedent's core temperature, is there any medical way of which you are aware that the actual core temperature at time of death can be determined?
No.
Does that assumption limit the preciseness with which one can estimate a range for time of death?
Yes.
How so?
Because even in a normal person, you can have variability in the temperature. You may have a higher temperature in the afternoon than in the morning, and that variation is 0.5 degrees, just in an individual variation. And also, the normal temperature for different populations, if you take a population of persons, you have a variability in the temperature. If you take about 100 people and you measure their body temperature, of course, excluding the individual variability, you will see variability in the normal body temperature. What is one person's body temperature may be 37, another person's may be 36.5, and there is a variation which is known in the population also.
Doctor, you've been using numbers, some of which are 98.6 and others which you've just said like are 37 or something.
I have to clarify that.
Would you please?
Yeah, 98.6 is using the temperature when you use Fahrenheit, which is one method of determining temperature. The other one is 37 degrees I use for centigrade, which is the other method of measuring temperature.
Centigrade, is that correct?
Yes.
And doctor, is there a standard formula that is used to convert a temperature that is expressed in Fahrenheit to centigrade and vice versa?
Yes.
And in fact, in going through these materials, have you attempted to identify temperatures by both centigrade and Fahrenheit?
Yes.
In the book, this book by Henziga and the others, is it primarily referring to centigrade readings?
Yes.
And is that the standard temperature scale used in Europe?
Yes.
Now, doctor, in your own experience, have you found that people have different normal temperatures?
Yes.
That is, if you took my temperature and your temperature and temperatures from other people, that we would not necessarily, even if we were all healthy and this was our normal temperature, we would not necessarily have the same temperature.
Yes.
How does that occur? What can cause different people to have such differences?
Well, that could be their normal body temperature, and also the time you take it, you could be taking it at a time when they have their individual variability in temperature. As I said, that in a normal day, you may have variability in your temperature. Mornings are usually lower than afternoons, and then also certain times of the month, especially in the female population, you have temperature rise during the menstrual period. So depending on which phase of the month or what day and even time, you can have variability in between persons. I just gave you some examples.
And is this based on your own experience?
Yes, and also reading the literature on this.
Let me invite your attention and ask if this is part of what you read, considered, and relied in part on in forming your opinions from page 10 of the Henziga book under body temperature at the time of death. It is very difficult to specify a, quote, normal, unquote, body temperature, as this value can vary considerably between individuals. Rectal temperatures in a group of healthy subjects can vary between 34.2 and 37.6 degrees centigrade, with a mean of 36.9 degrees centigrade. Doctor, are you familiar with the term mean, M-E-A-N, as it is used in this sentence?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That would be the average temperature. If you take the 100 people and you take a temperature and you do a standard deviation graph, it'll be the mean which you get for the 100 people, the average. One way of putting it is average temperature.
Let me continue. Rectal temperature is often referred to as, quote, deep central temperature, unquote, similar in value to that of the brain, heart, lungs, and abdominal organs. Is that part of what you read, considered, and relied upon?
Yes.
And is the liver considered an abdominal organ?
Yes.
Continuing on, many factors influence body temperature. Most individuals show a diurnal rhythm in which the body temperature fluctuates plus or minus 0.5 degrees centigrade around the person's normal mean temperature. These cyclic patterns persist regardless of activity or disease states. Again, part of what you read, considered, and relied upon?
Yes, and I already discussed it.
Doctor, what is the effect, if any, on the preciseness of being able to estimate a time of death based on temperature if you cannot know in fact what the person's normal temperature is, and if you cannot know in fact where within a range due to the diurnal cycle the person's temperature is on a particular day.
Because you're relying on a particular temperature and you do not know these other variable factors, naturally your estimation would be off by a couple of hours. So naturally your estimated range may not be accurate because the data you're using is not accurate.
Your Honor, I have another board. I just lost. Could I ask Mr. Fairlow to help me out for one moment? I'm going to move this easel up, if we can get the other easel out. And Your Honor, I have a board entitled "Some Limitations to the Preciseness of Estimating Postmortem Interval, TMI, from Body Temperature Measurements." May this be marked as Exhibit 367C.
367C.
And a second board, "Relationship between Postmortem Interval, PMI, and Body Cooling," as D.
So marked.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Fairclough. Doctor, let me put up this board C. And again, with the court's permission, ask you to step down. Doctor, if I could use the pointer for just a second so I can show you what area I want to have you discuss. There appears to be an area here marked 99.7 degrees Fahrenheit, 37.6 degrees centigrade, and an area down below 93.6 degrees Fahrenheit, 34.2 degrees centigrade, and there appears to be a lighter blue rectangle that is covering the distance between those two indicated areas. Do you see that?
Excuse me, number 165, can you see the chart? All right.
Okay. Doctor, what is represented by that lighter blue area in this chart, 367C?
It basically represents the range of values for normal core temperature in living human beings as found in the literature which we just discussed. This is a chapter by Noakes on a study where he has done and found this variability in several people. He measured the core body temperature and they range from 34.2 centigrade to 37.6 centigrade. The range is pretty wide. I think the variability in my experience is more within a degree of 98.6 either way, if you take the average normal population.
Average normal population in your experience is 1 degree Fahrenheit either way of 98.6?
Yes.
And so that would have a range between 99.6 and 97.6 degrees Fahrenheit, Doctor?
Yes.
Doctor, just employing the 1.5 degree per hour cooling rate that you indicated with that initial formula, what does the difference between having a 99.6 normal temperature have versus having a 97.6 temperature have?
Because let's take the same example I gave, 80. Well, let's say the liver temperature you take is 80. If you had 99.7 as the real core temperature, the drop of temperature is 20 degrees, and you divide by 1.5, just take the rough formula, you get up to the number of 13 hours. But let's take the 97.5, take the same example of 80 degrees, and you divide by 1.5. I'm just giving the rough example we discussed, and you divide by 1.5, you come to a number of hours as 11 and a half. And just in this simple example, you see there's a 1.5 degree variation in your estimation. And again, that is not a precise time of death, but there's a difference in the calculation just using the simple formula we just used.
I think you may have misspoken. Did you say 1.5 degrees and intend to say 1.5 hours?
1.5 degrees, as I meant 1.5 degrees an hour.
I'm sorry. Is the difference, though, between the example you gave of 80 with 99 point roughly 6 and 80 degrees and 97.6, a difference when you get between 13 hours and 11 and a half hours?
It's 1.5 hours.
1.5 hours?
Yes.
All right, doctor. If you could just, is it in fact correct medically to say that a person may not have in fact what is a normal core temperature due to illness or any other factors at the time of death?
That is another factor one must keep in mind, because if somebody has pre-existing diseases like thyroid disease or hyperthyroidism, they may have a higher temperature than what is normally expected, or they have an infection, they have a fever from a flu, the temperature could be higher. So when you make an assumption that somebody had a normal temperature, and when you find the body it's already cooled off, that variable factor you may not be able to speculate unless you have obvious pneumonia or meningitis at autopsy.
I'm sorry.
Unless you have some obvious infection shown at autopsy, like pneumonia or meningitis.
Doctor, let me put up this next board, 367D. Let me just put it up here for the moment. And ask if, in general terms, you are familiar with what is shown in this.
Yes.
Let's start with the blue dashed line. And there appears to be a legend indicating that this is a rectilinear curve. Is that what that is?
Yes. This graph assumes that the temperature drops at a constant rate after somebody dies. And this graph would represent the rough formula which I just alluded to earlier.
The 1.5 hour drop?
Yes. And that doesn't happen that way in the
I
body.
misspoke. A 1.5 degree drop per hour.
Yes.
All right. What is represented here, if anything, which accurately, at least in a qualitative sense, represents the reality of the drop in temperature in relationship to the time since death?
The red graph, the red line, which is more like a sigmoidal curve, would represent the real correct type of temperature drop which you would normally see, because after death you have a phase when the temperature may not drop because of heat produced by dying tissues or from intestinal bacteria, and the temperature may even go up after death sometimes, but then the temperature doesn't drop at a constant rate as is reflected in the blue line, but rather it is a slow decrease depending on the various other factors which affect the temperature drop, which we'll be discussing.
Doctor, there is a yellow line with arrows on this graph. What does that refer to?
That refers to a period after death wherein really the temperature is not dropped, and this is called the plateau phase, which is due to this postmortem. One could be from heat production, and also if you use the skin surface, you'll find the skin surface is cooler than the core body temperature. So it takes time for the inner body temperature to equilibrate with the skin temperature before the temperature starts dropping. So there are a number of reasons for this plateau phase, but one of them is alluded to postmortem heat production.
And doctor, both from your review of the literature and in your own experience, is there any way to determine with reasonable medical certainty whether A, there will be a plateau stage?
No, we cannot determine it because the plateau phase can be anywhere from few minutes to few hours, and you cannot really estimate how long a plateau phase lasts in a particular person.
That was my second question. If you get out to a scene and you find a body and a probe shows a core temperature of 98.6, which you've indicated is the assumed normal core temperature at the time of death, correct?
If you assume that to be the normal core temperature.
And the formulas make that assumption, do they not?
Yes, they do.
If that is the situation, doctor, can you tell how long that temperature has been at that level on a plateau?
You cannot tell, but using general experience, plateau usually lasts anywhere from 2 to 4 hours, depending, but you cannot be specific.
And doctor, what is the effect if you cannot tell whether you have a plateau that's only a stage lasting a few minutes, as you indicated in your earlier answer, or goes 2 to 4 hours? What is that variability's impact on your ability to be precise with respect to the estimation of the range for time of death?
It's obvious that you cannot be precise from what we just discussed because you have the same temperature for 2 to 3 hours. And how could you use it to estimate a time to be precise in those 3 hours? You can't.
Doctor, let me invite your attention back, if I could, to the 367C, and let me borrow the pointer for one moment. Assuming hypothetically you have a deceased individual, and at the time the coroner's investigator takes a core temperature reading, the core temperature reading is 98.6. And assuming further that this person has experienced a temperature plateau, as you've already testified, is there any way medically that you would be able to tell where along this yellow line of the plateau stage you are actually at when you drop down to trying to evaluate how long it has been since time of death?
I won't be able to.
And doctor, let me ask you now to assume in a different situation that you have an individual and the investigator takes a core temperature reading of 97.5 degrees Fahrenheit. First of all, doctor, is that within the range of your own experience as to variable difference from what is the expected normal temperature of 98.6?
Yes.
Assuming that you have such a temperature reading, doctor, is there any way you can tell, and assuming further that that is the person's actual core temperature at time of death? Okay, just assuming. Is there any way you can tell with respect to that individual where along that person's plateau stage you're at?
I can't make that estimation.
Now,
Because,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
because of the same explanation I gave for the 98.6.
Now, doctor, would it be correct to expect that if a person had a 97.5 degree normal core temperature at time of death, that that person's cooling curve will appear different than the cooling curve for a person who had a 98.6 degree Fahrenheit temperature that was the normal core temperature at time of death?
Yes, they would have.
And is that represented in this graph by two different red lines?
Yes.
Now, doctor, assuming hypothetically you have a person who is found dead and the coroner's investigator takes a core temperature reading of 97.5, is there any way that you as a forensic pathologist can tell whether that reading of 97.5 represents the person's actual normal core body temperature somewhere along the plateau, or rather represents that the person had a higher temperature at time of death, but that the body has cooled from, for example, 98.6 to 97.5?
I can't tell the difference, and the problem is, if you assume the former, you're going to give a longer estimate as a range between the time range for the time of death, and if it's really the latter, you're giving an incorrect answer.
Well, let's start with the assumption that it could be the person's normal core body temperature, actual core temperature at time of death, 97.5. If you've obtained that temperature reading by your investigator, where along that person's cooling curve could you possibly be in terms of how long since the person died?
You would be in the green zone.
Now, doctor, if you assume it was the person's body temperature at the time the investigator took the core temperature, but that in fact the person's actual core temperature at time of death was this assumed normal 98.6, where would you be on that person's cooling curve?
You would be in this dotted line area, so the time of death estimation is actually longer.
And doctor, is there any way medically that you can, let me withdraw the question and ask it preliminary this way. Would it be accurate to say, doctor, that the distance in time of hours from this axis point where the vertical and horizontal axes meet to the dotted line, that period of time?
I don't think the jurors in the end of the box can see what you're pointing at there.
Okay, no, Mr. Fairlow, we're on you had the right chart the first time. Let me
Either you're going to have to raise that chart up so everybody can see it, or move
How
it.
about I bring the chart over here, and perhaps with the Elmo, the jurors will be able to see it also more clearly. May I move the podium, Your Honor?
You may.
Doctor, if I could ask you to come over here. Actually, I think
Okay, that's
it
what I
would
thought.
work better if you stand on that side, and I'll try and stand on this side. Again, what I was starting to ask you is, would it be accurate to say that in the situation where we are assuming the 97.5 degree reading actually reflects a cooling of the person's body from the reading at time of death of 98.6, that the time in hours since the time of death is going to be longer, as represented from the distance where the two axes meet to where the dotted line is, than the time in terms of hours from time of death, if in fact this temperature that's obtained of 97.5 was the person's actual body temperature at time of death?
Yes.
Doctor, medically, is there any way that you can tell whether you're at this point, where I'm pointing where there's an intersection of the vertical dashed line and the horizontal solid line that is the time since death, or you are at this point where the end of the green box applies?
I can't tell medically to at which point it is.
And would it also be the case that you cannot tell whether you are at the point where the dotted vertical line meets the horizontal axis for time since death, and any point between the origin of this graph where the vertical and horizontal solid lines meet and where the end of the green vertical box is?
That is also correct.
If that temperature of 97.5 was truly the person's core temperature at time of death?
Yes.
Doctor, how does this situation affect your ability to be precise with respect to the estimated range of time of death?
This is the reason I said from the beginning, it's an imprecise science, and you can only give an estimated range, because if I use the assumption that the normal body temperature is 98.6, I'm going to estimate more number of hours since death. And if the true picture is actually that the temperature is 97.5, and I was seeing it at this point of the plateau phase, that means the hours since death was a much shorter time frame than what I estimated when I made this original assumption, which we all make usually, that the body temperature is always 98.6.
Doctor,
And plus also, you have to keep in mind the plateau phase, always in mind, which is a variable factor, which you cannot pinpoint saying that it's going to be 2 hours all the time, or a few minutes all the time, or 3 hours all the time.
Doctor, if we assume further, based both on your own experience and Dr. Nokes's literature citation, that a normal core temperature can actually be above 98.6, and for example, as you said, as much as a degree above 99.6, how would that affect the difference if the person's true normal core temperature at time of death was 99.6, the reading obtained by your investigator is 97.5, where is this horizontal line going to intersect with the cooling curve for the person with that higher normal temperature?
For this, I'll draw an imaginary cooling curve. The cooling curve would come like this, somewhere like this, and it'll be somewhere here, and which is in the same area, but you'll have a longer estimated time interval since death.
And doctor, would that create a wider window, if you will, within which you cannot with preciseness pinpoint the actual time of death?
That is correct.
If you'd like to retake the stand, and I can take this court down. see if there's any additional information. Doctor, these subparts of 3B, basically, is this what you've already told us about?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I have another board entitled Alger Mortis Continued. May this be marked as then 367E?
So marked.
And basically, Doctor, have we covered 3C
Yes, we have.
and D?
We have covered 1 and 2 and 3. I briefly covered it, but we could go over it.
All right, before we go over that, I want to also ask you if in your review of the literature, this was included in the material you read, considered, and relied at least in part on informing opinions about the inability to determine the actual normal core temperature from page 74 of Dr. Knight's forensic pathology textbook under factors affecting the cooling curve. Initial body temperature. This cannot be assumed to be 37 degrees centigrade and in fact is incapable of ever being measured in retrospect. Retrospect meaning going back to the time of death, is that correct?
Yes.
Oral.
Continuing on, not only is there a difference between the rectal, liver, brain, axillary, what's axillary, doctor?
Axillary is the armpit temperature. They usually do that, and sometimes in
May I continue?
With alacrity.
I will, Your Honor. You have already defined what axillary is, Doctor. Mouth and skin temperature in the living person, but the absolute values vary slightly from person to person and from time to time, even in health.
yes,
And that was part of what you read, considered, and relied upon in part?
yes.
Now, Doctor, what do you want to tell us about factors that may affect the temperature plateau?
Position on the body of temperature measurement. If you take the temperature from the skin, you're going to have a difference from when you take it in the rectal area.
Keep your voice up if you would, please, Doctor.
There's difference where you take the measurement. The environmental temperature is if the outside temperature is very cold, and there's also a wind factor, you're going to cool the body much faster than if it's just in stationary average temperature conditions. Depends on the clothing, what the person was wearing. If somebody's wearing heavy clothing, they're going to cool slower than a person who's nude. And size of the body, the larger body takes a longer time to cool than the smaller body.
Your Honor, I have another board in this series, 367F, I believe. Doctor, have we basically done what's on this board with respect to the graph that we had out earlier?
Yes, we have.
And does this accurately summarize, if you will, what we have just been describing with that graph?
Yes.
and I have another board, Your Honor, may this be marked as 367G.
So marked.
And Doctor, again, subpart 3D1, have we covered this area?
Yes, we have. That was the third graph I drew.
The imaginary graph?
Yes.
With the higher temperature?
Yes.
Okay? Now, dropping down to subpart 3E, what is this information intended to convey?
Some of the factors I mentioned in the first graph, which affect the plateau phase, also affect the temperature loss. One of them is the weight and the surface weight ratio. Children cool faster than adults. The posture of the body, if you are in a fetal position, you cool slower than a person who's in a spread eagle type of position. Like somebody whose arms spread out and legs spread out would cool faster than a person who's in a fetal position.
Doctor, could you keep your voice up?
In a fetal position, I said.
Doctor, do you recall the photograph showing the position of Nicole Brown Simpson's body at the time it was found on the
Yes.
sidewalk, or the walkway, I should say, of the Bundy location?
Yes.
How would you describe that position?
She was on her left side with the hips flexed a little bit and her knees flexed. She was, I would say, not in a slightly bent position than what is meant by somebody lying just flat on their back.
And does that position then have an effect, as you've described this area, on how the rate of cooling will occur?
To a certain extent, yes, but it's not as though she was lying in the, I mean, she was not in a fetal position per se, but she also had just a thin dress and panty on, and that will also have an effect.
Incidentally, Doctor, is there any scientific formula that tells you if you have this specific position for the body, then the cooling is affected in the following manner versus another specific position? Or are these all just relative terms that can impact the ultimate determination?
They're just relative terms. There is no scientific calculation for this. Then the lack of clothing or presence of clothing, what type of clothing, all will have an effect on the cooling. Obesity, which is this would have an effect in the obese people cool slower. Emaciation is a term used for people who are malnourished and who are very thin. They would cool faster. Edema is water accumulation in the body, either from disease or, and that would have a factor in the rate of cooling. Environmental temperature is whether the outside temperature is freezing temperature or warm temperature. Suppose the body is found in a very hot summer type environment, the body will not cool as quickly as it normally does in an environment where the temperature is lower, because after all the cooling depends on the difference between the body temperature and the outside temperature.
Incidentally, I'm sorry. Are you,
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, Doctor, are you able to determine, under the circumstances where a body may have been, a person may have been killed at a particular time, but the body's not found for, let's say, 2 hours, are you able to determine whether there's been a change in temperature so that even if you take a temperature reading of the environment, the ambient temperature at the time the body's found, it may not reflect accurately what the environmental temperature has been during that 2-hour period?
That is correct, because you can have a temperature drop of 5 degrees in those 2 hours. And when you take the temperature, the environmental temperature could be 70 degrees. But actually, at the time of death, the environmental temperature could have been 80. And that will make a difference too.
All right. What else, Doctor?
Of course, I've already discussed wind factor. And also, hypothermia is the body temperature being lower than normal. And that would be like somebody's temperature being 94.5 or 95 degrees Fahrenheit. And so if the lower body temperature, you had a lower body temperature to start with, that will also affect the rate of cooling.
Doctor, is there any way, again, hypothetically, a person is killed at a particular time, 2 hours later, the body is found. Is there any way to determine what the wind was, whether there was wind, what the velocity of the wind was, the direction of the wind during that entire 2-hour period?
No way to find out, but you could, if it is in an urban area like Los Angeles is, you could call the meteorological department and get some idea about the environmental conditions, but it may not necessarily reflect the environmental conditions at the place of death. If they would give you the environmental condition for the general area.
And for example, doctor, in your own experience as a forensic pathologist, have you found that a location where a body is going to be investigated by someone like Ms. Radcliffe, some areas are windier, draftier than other areas, even though they're basically located very close to each other?
That is correct.
And does that also affect the preciseness with which one can estimate time of death?
Yes.
Anything else on this chart, doctor?
No.
Your Honor, while I'm going to change charts, I do have a series of certified documents from the U.S. Department of Commerce dealing with weather observations from Santa Monica, California, and some other locations that are not relevant to this case, but they included it all in one package. They are for the date of June 12th, 1994 and June 13th, 1994. May they collectively be marked as People's Exhibit 367H as in Henry. And I've shown counsel what these are.
People's 367H.
We have no objection.
All right. This has the Santa Monica Airport reading.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Doctor, let me put up another board that I'd ask Your Honor to be marked as 367I. Alger mortis continued, and for reference, this starts with something F, Henziga's nomogram. And while I'm marking things, Your Honor, I also have two other charts. One bears a temperature time of death relating nomogram for ambient temperatures up to 23 degrees centigrade. May that be marked as 367J?
Yes.
And a similar looking document, I'm sorry?
I'm going to need to pose an objection to
The underlining on the chart.
I think this was part of what we had discussed.
Correct. It's noted. It's overruled.
And the other document or chart, Your Honor, is a similar looking chart, except the title is Temperature Time of Death Relating Nomogram for Ambient Temperature Above 23 degrees centigrade.
All right.
As J, I believe.
J.
Now, Doctor, what is Henziga's nomogram? What's that all about?
Basically, Hensage developed this chart using mathematical calculations. I'm just going to briefly discuss it. Developed this chart based on mathematical calculations, taking into consideration variabilities such as the environmental factors, also the body weight, clothing, where the body is found, etc., and developed a nomogram which pathologists could use if rectal temperatures are obtained, and using the rectal temperature you obtain at a particular time, and also, of course, the other variables which we discussed, some factoring in has taken place when this nomogram was developed. What it does is it gives you a graph which a pathologist could use to get an estimated range. And even using this, and he has developed two graphs. One is for one below 23 degrees centigrade, for which he has had experience. But for the graph which he used for the temperature about 23 degrees centigrade, which was discussed earlier, he used the data from some studies done in Sri Lanka by DSARAM, D-E-S-A-R-A-M, wherein the parameters they used, where the temperature, the ambient temperature is much higher in Sri Lanka than where Hensage did his studies. But what this graph does is, if you have a particular temperature of a person, if you know the weight, if you know their what other, whether they were wearing clothing, what type of clothing, etc. Using the graph, you will be able to give an estimated range if you also know the ambient temperature, the average ambient temperature. And he found that even using the graph with all the data, he found that the 95% confidence level still had a variation of 3 hours plus or minus of the estimate you give for a particular weight. So this graph you can use for different weights, and you have two graphs, one for where the temperature is above 23 and one below 23. Still, the minimum variation in your estimate is up to 3 hours.
And according to
2.8 hours, which is 3.
all right, and plus or minus means what, doctor?
That is, let's say you estimate it's from the graph, you get a number of 14 hours, and you have to add plus or minus 2.8 hours to that 14 hours. Let me put it in perspective. Let's say that the rectal temperature, which this graph is mainly meant for, not for liver temperature, the rectal temperature is a number, let's say 85 or 86. Then using the graph, you find that the time interval since death is 10 hours, let's assume. But still, the range is plus or minus 2.8 hours. And let's assume that you took the rectal temperature at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. By calculation, you know it's 10 hours since the time you took the rectal temperature, plus or minus 2.8 hours, which would put it as 2 a.m. that morning, plus or minus 2.8 hours, which would really be an estimated time of death between 11:20 the previous evening all the way to 4:40 the next morning, if you use this formula.
Doctor, just so we'll have both identified, the first one that I marked as I believe, 367I, the one up to 23 degrees centigrade. 23 degrees centigrade, doctor, have you computed that into Fahrenheit temperature?
I can. I have not done it at this time, but can convert it.
If I asked you to assume, and I could ask the court to take judicial notice, I believe that it's approximately 74 degrees Fahrenheit, 73 point. Mr. Lynch, with his calculator, is rapidly printing out the information.
The
73.4. Could I ask the court to take judicial notice of that? I don't know if you have it there.
Yes.
All right, doctor, so if 73.4 is 23 degrees centigrade, now I want you to assume, based on Ms. Radcliffe's ambient temperature reading at 10 o'clock, 10:30, actually 10:40 in the morning, that the temperature at the Bundy location was 70 degrees. And further, I want you to assume, if I can find my paperwork again, from our exhibit from the Weather Bureau, that the recorded temperature, the last recorded temperature they have for June 12th, actually into the morning hours of June 13th, is 63 degrees. And the first recorded temperature they have following that for June the 13th at 1:46 in the afternoon is 64 degrees. Doctor, given that hypothetical set of circumstances, would this be the nomogram to use? That is, the ambient temperature is below 73.4 during the entire period?
Yes.
And doctor, again, what is the narrowest range that this nomogram provides using temperature as a basis to estimate a range for time of death?
2.8 hours plus or minus.
And if you were out with Officer Risky at 12:13 in the morning, and you took a rectal temperature and employed Dr. Henziga's nomogram, what is the narrowest range that you could give based upon this formulation?
Plus or minus 2.8 hours.
And doctor, to your understanding, is this the most sophisticated mathematical approach to attempt to take into account all of the various factors that you've been talking about in estimating time of death based upon temperature?
Yes.
And just, I think you've identified it, but just so we'll have it for the record, the other nomogram is for temperatures above 23 degrees. Is that correct?
Yes.
And under that circumstance, doctor, what is the narrowest range that's provided for a temperature determination for range of death?
The same plus or minus 2.8 hours.
Doctor, on the board that was up before we went to the nomograms, there is a quotation from Dr. Knight's book that he edited, Simpson's 10th edition.
Yes.
Doctor, again, is that something that you've read, considered, and in part relied upon?
Yes.
Do you agree with that, doctor?
Yes, I do.
Do you agree that it is impossible to back calculate with any accuracy to the time of death, taking into account the many variables using temperature estimations?
Yes.
Do you also agree that temperature estimations provide the best means of estimating the postmortem interval?
To give an estimated range, yes.
And do you also agree that both the doctors, such as yourself, and the police must be aware of the large errors involved, especially when using such estimates for important forensic purposes, such as breaking the alibi of a suspect in a criminal death?
Objection and proper question.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Doctor, have you relied in part on that observation in formulating range rather than a specific period for the time of death of these two individuals?
Objection, ma'am.
Overruled.
Yes.
Anything further, doctor, on temperature?
No.
Your Honor, I have another board. May this be marked as 368A, entitled rigor mortis or rigor mortis body stiffening.
Yes.
Doctor, I think earlier today you told us a bit about what rigor mortis is. Is that correct?
Yes.
And have you reviewed various literature as well as your own experience in forming opinions, if you have any, on how long it takes for that particular observation to be seen?
Yes. If I use all the information I've gained from the literature and my own experience, normally rigor mortis usually develops in all the muscles at the same time, but you best perceive it in the facial muscles. And usually you start developing rigor in about 3 to 4 hours after death. It starts to be fully developed in about 9 to 12 hours, and it persists anywhere up from 24 to 36 hours till it passes away when decomposition sets in. This is just an average based on all the review of the differences in the literature as to when it starts, how long it lasts, and when it disappears. And rigor mortis itself is due to the stiffening of the muscles due to enzymatic changes in the muscle, due to a decrease in certain enzymes called ATP. What happens is the muscle proteins, which are mainly actin and myosin, bind to form a gel-like binding, which results in the rigidity. So there is a variability described in different books. There is a legend for this, each book where this range is given from.
Let me get that legend, doctor, so we can identify that your sources. Your Honor, I have another board called rigor mortis continued, and Mr. Lynch is going to set up a easel. May this be marked as 368B?
368B.
The legend is self-explanatory. It refers to A corresponds to the book, Klaus Hensage's book, and G corresponds to Werner Spitz's book. We reviewed this literature just to show that each book gives a different time range for starting of the, or rather when rigor mortis is detectable. They give a range for when the rigor mortis becomes complete. And you have one more board, I think, which shows.
I'm going to get to that in a moment, but I wanted to ask a few questions before we move to the next board. First of all, doctor, Is there a difference between physiologically the body starting this process that is called rigor mortis and the time when it can be detected by someone such as a Claudine Ratcliffe?
Objection.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Doctor, as a forensic pathologist, do you have an opinion as to when the body starts the process that is described as rigor mortis?
Yeah, the body starts the process after death, but you start detecting it when this enzyme I told you, ATP, goes down to 85% of the normal, and it's fully detected when it goes to 15% of the normal. But of course, this is research material. So even though it starts soon after death, you can detect it by feeling the muscles. Initially, I told you the muscles is relaxed. You'll start feeling it to be stiff. That is, you'll find that if your arm is in a flexed position, if you try to extend it, you'll see that there'll be resistance to extend the arm. But whereas if you examine the body soon after death, you'll be able to move the arm easily, and that is the relaxed, flaccid situation. So detectability is when you can perceive the process, whereas development of the process starts after death.
Doctor, you testified that it starts in all muscles of the body. Is that accurate?
Yes, both voluntary and involuntary muscles of the body.
However, is it detectable in certain kinds of muscles before it's detectable in other kinds of muscles?
Oral.
You can detect it easier in the jaw muscles and facial muscles earlier than the other muscles, and then you can see it in the limb muscles next.
Limb
means the upper extremities and lower extremities.
Doctor, why is that the case, that you can first see it in the jaw and other muscles before?
Because these are smaller muscles and it's easy you can see the jaws, the lock jaw appearance easier than the larger muscles, which take more time to detect.
Doctor, what significance, if any, does it have to you from this review of the literature that there is a range provided that differs from literature to literature on the ability of a forensic pathologist to use rigor mortis to precisely determine the time of death?
The problem with this method is, one, it is the range in the development. Number two, once it's developed, let's assume it's fully developed when you see the person, you can't tell, you can say that it probably developed in 12 hours, but you can't tell till it passes away what time frame you are seeing the body in. For example, somebody dies at, let's assume that it develops fully in 12 hours and somebody dies at 1 a.m. in the morning and you see the body at 1 p.m. that afternoon and rigor is fully developed, and or let's assume that you don't see him at 1 p.m. but you see at 8 p.m. and you just see rigor mortis, the rigor mortis which is fully developed will be still fully developed at 8 p.m. and have the same appearance as when it was fully developed at 1 p.m. and you won't be able to tell what time it really was. All you can say is at that point, at 8 p.m. is that he's dead at least more than 12 hours, but you can't tell exactly when he died.
Does the body at some point after death return to a condition which for all intents and purposes would appear to be the identical condition exactly at the time of death concerning this muscle reaction?
Yes, when the body starts decomposing and deteriorating, this stiffness will start passing away because of enzyme changes and putrefaction, and it'll start getting flaccid. But you can tell the difference for a forensic pathologist because you will have early signs of decomposition on the body when that happens, because you'll have greenish discoloration. The other factor, of course, is which is a very rough parameter, is whether the body is warm and cold. If you have a warm body which is stiff, you know that warm body which is flaccid, you know it's earlier part, from a cold body which is decomposing and early decomposition and it is flaccid, you can tell the difference very easily.
Could you also basically stay with the body for some period of time to see whether or not the rigor is increasing in intensity or getting less in intensity?
It's difficult to estimate that also.
Doctor, I think you were talking about the rigor becomes complete, meaning what? Fully fixed? Is that a term that's used?
Fully fixed, and when you try and extend a flexed arm, you'll have a lot of resistance in doing it and breaking the rigor.
Doctor, recalling exhibits 298A and B, those Form 1 documents completed by Ms. Radcliffe, do they reflect her assessment of the degree of rigor at roughly 10:40 and 10:50 in the morning on June 13th with respect to the two individuals?
She indicated that both the bodies were in full rigor. That means the rigor was fully established when she saw the bodies.
Doctor, going back to this hypothetical of the coincidence that you would be with Officer Risky at 12:13 in the morning, what would be the circumstance that you would find which would indicate the least amount of time having passed since time of death to 12:13 as it pertains to rigor mortis?
If there is no rigor present and the body is still warm, it would indicate that the death occurred at probably within 4 hours before Officer Risky saw the body. But if you saw some stiffness developing, then you're in this time range between 3 to 9 hours when it's developing. So you won't be able to pinpoint a particular time. You can only give a possible range.
Doctor, is the combination of rigor, the absence of rigor, if hypothetically you'd been with Officer Risky at 12:13, you saw no evidence of rigor, and you got a core temperature reading of 98.6, the assumed normal temperature, would that permit you to form an opinion as to range for time of death of these two human beings, which would be narrower than the 2.8 hours plus or minus that Dr. Henziga's nomogram provides for temperature alone?
No, I won't be able to narrow it down further.
Your Honor, I have another board in the Rigor series. May this be marked as 368Z, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, Doctor, you indicated that the rigor remains for some period of time and then starts to fade away, if you will?
Yes.
And is that what item 4 is intended to refer to?
Yes. ABCD shows the literature from where this data was obtained, and you can see that there's a range when rigor, how long the rigor persists, and when it disappears. For example, if you take Henzage's book, it says the persistence is anywhere from 24 to 96, mean of 57, and for disappearance is anywhere from 24 to 192, mean of 76. And you can see the variation between that and Spitz's book, where it says the persistence is between 12 to 24 hours, and then it passes from 24 to 36 when it starts disappearing. And in my experience, this seems to be more what happens. But I have not seen, this can also happen depending on what temperature the body is found in.
For the record, Dr. Lakshmanan pointed to first the item G, which is the Spitz reference, as the one more consistent with his experience, and then to the Henziga item A as the one that can also happen.
Thank you.
Now, Doctor, what significance, if any, is it to you that, again, there is this discrepancy between the various literature you've reviewed on these issues of persistence and disappearance?
Well, it shows the variable factors which are being discussed, and you have variabilities in the development, persistence, and disappearance of the process. And there are factors affecting rigor itself, which would play a role in this process and in the development process.
And Doctor, what are those factors and how do they impact?
If somebody has had strenuous physical activity before death, they would develop rigor much faster than a person who has had not much activity. If it's a hotter temperature, rigor develops earlier. If it's a colder temperature, it develops slower. Physical condition of the dissident, depending on the muscular development of the dissident, there's a difference in the development and disappearance of the rigor. And cause of death, if it's electrocution, Riger develops earlier. It's also poisonings like strychnine. You can develop Riger earlier. So there are a lot of variables.
Doctor, are there any scientific charts or formulas which attempt to quantify in specific terms of hours or minutes how each of these variable factors should be calculated into the determination of the Riger's impact on the period since death determination?
There are no scientific calculations.
Doctor, the last entry on that board, is that again one of the materials that you have read, considered, and in part relied upon?
Yes.
Doctor, in your opinion, is rigor mortis the most uncertain and unreliable of these factors that you use medically to determine a range for time of death?
That's correct.
You want to have another board? Is there anything further, Doctor, you wish to add about rigor mortis?
No. Working in my office in different areas of expertise. Whenever they need any help, I'm the first to provide it, and if it's not available in the office, I get the expertise from outside.
Has anyone told you that Dr. Golden's findings were not consistent with the DA's theory of this case?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay, lack of foundation.
Sustained.
No, nobody has told me that. I'm sorry.
Well, that's okay. I withdraw the objection.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
You read the transcripts of Dr. Golden's testimony, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And you've read his criteria at the preliminary hearing for establishing time of death, did you not?
Yes.
And you're aware that his criteria for establishing time of death on at least 3 different criteria put the time of death after 11 o'clock, are you not? Didn't he not testify to that?
He used the Riger, liver, and liver temperature, yes.
And you're aware that's inconsistent with the DA's theory as to when these homicides took place, are you not?
What do you mean by inconsistent? That is the, could you tell me what they said was it? I don't know what the theory is. Could you tell me the theory again?
You don't know what the DA's theory is in this case?
That the murders took place between 10 and 11 and not between 11 and 12, or is that what you're referring to?
I'm asking you if you know what the DA's theory is in this case.
I don't know what the exact theory is, but the time frame we are looking at is between 10 and 11.
So if Dr. Golden testified at the preliminary hearing on 3 criteria that the time of death was after 11 o'clock in his opinion, wouldn't that be inconsistent with the DA's theory?
Your Honor, that assumes that evidence in this case would in fact Dr. Golden did testify.
Sustained. Sustained.
Are you aware of what Dr. Golden testified to and what findings he came to regarding time of death?
I'm aware of what he said on the preliminary testimony.
He did that under oath, did he not?
Yes, he did.
And he testified under oath at your direction that he was asked to come up with a time of death. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And he testified at the preliminary hearing under oath that in his opinion, based on the different criteria that you've gone through, that the time of death was after 11 o'clock, did he not?
Objection, that misstates the testimony, and that has to be heard sidebar with the transcript.
Sustained. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Did he testify as to what the time of death was?
Yes.
Did he offer an opinion if you calculate it out as to the time of death being after 11 o'clock?
Objection, Your Honor, with respect to the if you calculate it out.
Sustained.
Did he offer opinions as to hours when time of death occurred in this case?
He offered some opinions, but if you're going to go into that, I'd like to refresh my memory looking at the preliminary testimony before I answer exactly, because I don't want to give time numbers which are not correct. So I want to read the preliminary testimony, and then we can, or you can read it out, and because I have read it, and I can say whether I agree.
Well, you're aware that he concluded on some criteria that the time of death was after 11 o'clock, are you not?
Objection, Your Honor, assume fact not
Sustained.
also calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Are you aware of Dr. Well, you read his preliminary hearing transcript, and you're telling us you don't remember what he said?
No.
Objection, Your Honor, it's argumentative.
Sustained. Sustained.
Did you read the preliminary hearing transcript?
Yes, I did.
Do you know what his testimony was regarding time of death?
I recall some numbers, but as I said, if you have the transcript, I'd like to refresh my memory, and we can look at it, and then I can discuss it further at that point.
How much time did you spend reading the transcript of Dr. Golden's preliminary hearing testimony?
I think I read it once a few weeks ago and once a few months ago, but not recently. Except when the DA during my direct examination read out excerpts of, I think, certain injuries, which I gave my opinion on those injuries.
We'll go back to that when we have some more time, and I'll ask you to refresh your memory, perhaps if we don't finish today in that area. That would be appropriate, Your Honor, rather than taking the time now.
We could save some time if we do that.
Thank you.
Proceed.
You testified that you've gone to the scene of the crime twice, once in November of last year, once in February. Is that correct?
Not February, I think it was April of this year, if I recall. I have to look at the dates.
In any event, you went sometime this year and once at the end of last year.
In November last year.
And you said that when you looked at the photographs, the area seemed much larger than it did when you went to the scene.
That is correct.
Doesn't that demonstrate the importance of a medical examiner having to go to the scene?
Yes.
Did Dr. Golden ever go to the scene?
Yes, he did.
When did he go to the scene?
He came with me this year. Whenever I went that same day, he came with me.
This year.
Yes.
Wouldn't it be important to go to the scene as quickly as possible before it's disturbed or changed?
Objection, Edison. Back now.
Overruled.
It would have been important, and if he wanted to go to the scene after the autopsy, I would have not objected to that. He could have gone to the scene.
Shouldn't somebody go to the scene before findings are made in an autopsy and conclusions are reached?
As I told you earlier, our doctors don't go to the scene on every case. Our investigators gather the information, and the doctor uses information for purposes of the autopsy. If the doctor wants to go to the scene, the doctors do go to the scene on an individual case-by-case basis where they feel there is an indication to go to the scene. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a homicide case. It could be a possible suicide case, somebody who drops off a cliff, then they'd like to go and look at that area. So it depends on the situation. So it's not a routine practice for the doctor to go to the scene unless the doctor feels it's indicated to go to the scene.
No. Why would it not be indicated to go to the scene in June when the crimes took place and become indicated to go to the scene in November and in April, almost a year after the crime took place?
You're asking that question with reference to me or Dr. Golden?
You.
As I told you, there was a possibility I could testify, so I went to look at the scene in November. But when I knew that I am going to testify and I reviewed the case, in my mind, I had to clarify the environmental factors which would play a role in the injuries which I've discussed with this jury in the last few days. So I went to do an in-depth study of the scene myself to study the environment better, and also took I had a better idea about the relationship of the various structures in the environment so that I could render the best possible opinion based on my education and experience with the autopsy findings I reviewed. So that is why I went to the scene again in March of this year. The November was just a preliminary review of the scene, but this March was the detailed review of the whole scene area, because I didn't know that I'm going to be testifying at all till towards the end of last year, and this year it was more or less firm that I'll be testifying.
Doctor, isn't it true that no matter how much time you spent at the scene in November and how much time you spent at that scene in March, that is no substitute for not going to the scene June 13th?
It's better to go to the scene soon after that. That's correct.
In your capacity as the chief medical examiner, do you perform autopsies yourself?
I do whenever it's necessary, but I don't do that many autopsies myself. I'm mainly a supervisor. I'm available to review the work of others. I supervise some cases for teaching purposes, but not that many.
When was the last time you personally did an autopsy?
Few weeks ago, I supervised 3 cases of the residents wherein I played a part in the dissection also.
Prior to that?
Last year, some cases, but I don't recall the exact date. I don't do that many myself.
How many autopsies did you do last year?
I have to look at my statistics. As I told you that I'm mainly available for supervision. I don't do many autopsies myself at this time.
How often does your office prepare one-to-one photographs for the purpose of courtroom testimony?
We prepare 1:1 photograph if consultants request it, but this is the first time I prepared it for a testimony on one of my cases because I didn't do the autopsies on these cases.
Is it better procedure to measure wounds on the decedent or to measure wounds on a photograph?
I already discussed this during my testimony. It is better to do the measurements on the body, but next to that, this is a process which has its own limitations. I've already discussed that. And barring that, this is the next best procedure which was available to me at the time I wanted to look at all the injuries. So we got 1:1 photographs made.
Whose measurements are you relying on for the measurements of the wounds on the actual decedent's bodies?
Dr. Golden's measurements. All I did was to see whether my measurements for the 1:1 photographs has any significant difference, given the limitation of the process with Dr. Golden's measurements. And given the limitations of the process, if there's no significant difference, it would indicate that Golden's measurements were reliable. And some of the injuries where the photographic review permitted good interpretation. For example, a photograph which would give a good interpretation is where the measuring card is next to the injury. The photograph is taken at right angles to the injury. I found that the description, the measurements corresponded. So the photographic review helps to support and give reliability to the measurements which was taken at the time of autopsy. So that way the photographs helped, but there's no question that the best way to see the measurements is to do the measurements at the time of autopsy.
Why would you spend so much time looking at photographs to re-measure injuries if, in your opinion, they were not important?
The reason I did it is some of the injuries was not described by Dr. Golden in the original report. In the addendum, he reviewed photographs and gave measurements, and I just wanted to make sure that since those were not described in the original report, I wanted to make sure that in the 1:1 photographs, the measurements match the measurements done on the regular photographs, and I've given my measurements in the chart which I generated for court. I played a role in generating for the court. And so basically it would help to give reliability to the measurements from the photographs of the injuries which were not addressed in the original report and those which were not diagrammed also, like, for example, in Ms. Brown-Simpson, the Palma cut, in Mr. Goldman, the cuts to the back of the ear. I'm just giving some examples which were not described. So since the addendum was prepared without the help of 1:1 photographs, the 1:1 photographs supports the best possible way to measure those wounds, next best to measuring the wounds on the body.
How do you know Dr. Golden measured all the wounds?
He measured it from the photographs, because you can measure it from the photograph. Even a regular photograph, all our photographs have the blue card, and you take the measurement in the blue card and apply it to the wound measurement. But that is not as good as having a 1:1 photograph. Since these measurements were made, I'm talking about the injuries which were not described, the 1:1 photograph would be a better reflection for measuring, and it's easier to measure because the blue card is the actual blue card size which is used on the 1:1 photographs.
How do you know Dr. Golden did all the measurements? That was my question.
In the autopsy?
Yes.
Yes, because he's been a certified pathologist for many years, and he knows how to do measurements. And if you look at his description, he has described his process pretty clearly.
How do you know he did them?
Just by working with him for 15 years, I know he does autopsies and he does the measurements.
You don't know if anyone else was there to help him with this autopsy?
Well, the autopsy technician could be there to help him, but usually the doctors do the measurements themselves.
But you don't know whether Dr. Golden did it or whether the technician did it, do you? Do you know?
Excuse me, Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness have an opportunity.
But it's a restatement of the same question. Answer the question.
My understanding is that he did the measurements.
Do you know that for a fact?
Well, he didn't tell me that the technician did the measurement, because if the technician helped, he should have put it down in the report. The policy in our office is the doctors do the measurements and record it. And from all the handwritings and the reports and the diagrams, it's my understanding that he did the measurements.
Who did the Y incision on the two decedents?
It's my understanding he should have done it also.
Are you sure of that?
Well, that's my understanding. I was not there. I told you that I was not in the autopsy room when he did the autopsy.
Where did you get that under? Because he's supposed to do it, right?
Yes.
And if he didn't do it, there'd be something wrong, correct?
Well, not for the Y incision, because sometimes the technicians can help you with the autopsy process. That's why there are autopsy technicians helping you.
But that should be recorded somewhere, shouldn't it?
Well, depends, because the autopsy technician's name could be recorded if they played a significant part in the autopsy process. But the autopsy technicians in our office routinely remove the neck, help to remove the neck organs and open the head to remove the brain. That's not routinely recorded, but it's an understanding in the office. So my understanding is that he did the measurements. My understanding is there is an autopsy technician helping him. My understanding is I do not know what role the autopsy technician played in the autopsy assistance process. So
I'm sorry. From the 200 hours you spent reviewing this case, can you tell us who performed the incision on these bodies to begin the autopsy?
I understand it's Dr. Golden, but I'm not 100% sure who helped him with the process, but I think it's Dr. Golden.
Do you know who the technician was, if anyone, who helped him?
One of the technicians was George McDowell, is the one who retrieved the specimens, but the photographs indicate there was Mr. Taylor there helping Dr. Golden with the autopsy process, because he took the photographs at that time.
Who removed the organs from the bodies?
Dr. Golden and an autopsy technician, but I can get that information by looking at the log sheet if you want, but I don't recall exactly the name of the technician who was involved in all the processes of the case.
Now, with all the mistakes Dr. Golden made, how do you know he didn't make mistakes in measurements?
Well, as I told you, some of the photographs where I looked at the 1:1 photograph and compared his measurement, I'll just give you a perfect example. The 5/8-inch wound here on the right side of the neck of Mr. Goldman, the measurement he gave and the measurement I took, everything matches, the description matches. The measurements of the wounds which has been given on the, some other wounds also matches. So I think that his measurements were reliable.
Who measured the decedent, Mr. Goldman?
That's my understanding is Dr. Golden did the measurements.
Did he do that correctly?
With the wounds he described, yes.
Your Honor, I have an objection to the use of this document for hearsay lack of foundation.
I don't know what the document is.
May I ask a question?
Proceed.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that document is, sir?
Again, I'll object upon for hearsay lack of foundation. A
Oh, well.
photocopy of something would require hearsay.
It's from the murder book, Your Honor.
Oh, well.
This is the driver's license of Mr. Goldman.
And you testified that the measurements of Mr. Goldman were 5 feet 9 inches tall, or 69 inches. Is that correct?
That is the measurement given by our office by Mr. Jacobo, who took the measurements.
And what does Mr. Goldman's driver's license say his height is?
Objection, hearsay lack of foundation.
Oh, well.
The height here in the California driver's license is 6 feet.
this be a nice time to take a break, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you. Do not conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. We'll stand in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Doctor, tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Thank you.